Let's all look at my messages. It's the video, because this one, some videos you cannot play. Kind of sucks, huh? I think like, because I played that one video about fracking, I think that's the problem. Yeah. Oh. Come on, whose video can I play though? Let me see if I can play this. Hopefully they're not evil. Yeah, we're back. Hold on.
Demanding more and more energy every year, solutions for cheap and accessible fuel are more important than ever. There's an estimated 214.6 trillion cubic meters of untapped natural gas underneath our feet around the world, and many places are just starting to explore how they could use it. So how do we get it out of the ground? Why is this process so controversial? And is it worth it? See, deep below the Earth's surface, fuels like petroleum and natural gas are trapped inside sedimentary rocks like shale. Shale's properties mean that this fuel isn't all sitting in one convenient place. It's trapped in tiny little pockets of rock, some of which can be up to 20,000 times narrower than a human hair. And as you can imagine, this makes it pretty much impossible to get that fuel out using conventional drilling methods. So instead, we use something called fracking. And this is how it works. A well is drilled way down into that shale layer. This can be a mile or more beneath the Earth's surface. And once it reaches the shale, the well is then drilled horizontally, which can again extend for a mile or more. Then a fluid mixture containing water, sand, and a bunch of chemicals is blasted down the well at extremely high pressure, breaking that shale apart. As the gas is released from the rock, it flows back into the well where it can be sucked up to the surface to be collected and separated from the fracking fluid. And the whole part where the rock is blasted apart by high pressure fluid is where this technique gets its full name, hydraulic fracturing, or fracking for short. There are lots of economic arguments used by proponents of fracking to justify its usage. Since 2000, oil and natural gas production in the US has boomed dramatically, partly thanks to fracking. And that boom has helped the US become the world's largest oil producer. This, in turn, has lowered energy prices in some places, for some people, some of the time. And the fracking boom has boosted jobs in this sector, contributing to overall economic growth. But a lot of these stats are just a smokescreen, because the fracking industry in the US is actually completely reliant on government subsidies to keep it going, and it hemorrhages money. Okay. The US fracking industry hasn't actually made a profit in over a decade. The price of natural gas is artificially low, and it doesn't accurately reflect the incredible cost of getting that fuel out of the ground. Because the other common claim in favor of fracking is that natural gas is better than coal in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. And that's technically true, but just when the end product is burned. This idea that fracking is better than coal doesn't take into account how harmful the fracking process is. In fact, a recent study out of Cornell University found that when you take into account the large quantities of methane and other gases that are released by the process of fracking, fracking overall actually contributes more to global warming than coal does. And it's not just about the greenhouse gases, because fracking is still a process that's very difficult to control. When that high-pressure fluid disturbs the shale to extract the gas, there's a high probability of nearby groundwater becoming contaminated with that gas. Or when the fracking fluid is brought back up to the surface, that fluid is often spilled or mismanaged, and it seeps into the surface and groundwater. What's problematic is that in a lot of cases, these fracking chemicals are actually a secret. We may not know what all of them are because they're considered confidential business information. And even when we do know what the chemicals are, we're still not exactly sure how some of them could affect human health or ecosystems. And for those we do know the effects of, we know them to be toxic or carcinogenic. Chemical contamination has been shown to be an issue of major concern at fracking sites all over the US. In a particularly extreme example, research published in 2011 showed that tap water in homes near fracking sites in Pennsylvania have been contaminated with methane at a level that is officially classified as dangerous to human health. And in some cases, that methane contamination was so severe that the tap water itself could be lit on fire. In addition to contaminating water sources, the actual process of fracking also uses a truly colossal volume of water. Just one fracking well may use anywhere between 1.5 million and 16 million gallons of water to squeeze that natural gas out of the shale. And this can put a strain on communities where fresh water is already in short supply, especially in the face of extended droughts and dry seasons due to climate change. This water usage is actually only rising as fracking advances because new fracking technology is demanding more water, not less. And just as a last little bonus, in a few instances, fracking has even induced earthquakes in places that don't normally experience them. The high-pressure water blasting and dissolving those...
She needs to tell us where, because these earthquake things, I don't know, let her talk. I'm going to let her talk.
Rock structures deep beneath the surface can cause some moving and shaking as things shift and rearrange. We also have to remember that the products of fracking are still fossil fuels that produce greenhouse gases. And while the end product is technically cleaner than coal and even conventional oil when burned, and fracking does actually use less water than coal production, which is one concrete fact in its favor, the debate still rages on as to whether fracking in its entirety is worth it. So, should we keep pursuing fracking as a solution to our energy needs? Or should we be putting that focus toward cleaner, greener technologies? In my opinion, we really need to think of it just as a temporary bridge to get us to our more sustainable energy future. Because while fracking has become commonplace, it's also pretty fracking risky. If you liked this video and
yeah, but what the thing about it, she's sometimes, because the thing is, people don't like something, they make it sound so bad, right? But I will also say this though, because I looked up earthquakes because Pennsylvania does a lot of fracking and stuff like that, right? And like there are barely any earthquakes in Pennsylvania. Yeah, like when you look, because I looked at a lot of states that do fracking, right? See, okay, the last one was October 15, 2019. It was a 2.2 magnitude. I'm like, it's not that. Okay, they've been 34 earthquakes in Pennsylvania since 2014. So like, if fracking was that bad, should we have like more earthquakes and like more violent ones? I don't know. So here's how I feel about it, right? I'm sure a lot of people don't know what fracking is. I didn't really know what fracking was, so I had to look up the video. So hopefully now you know what fracking is, right? But my thing is, this is how I feel. I understand the risks and concerns of fracking, especially like near household, okay? Babies, especially with babies, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Babo. Yeah. Because they were saying like they got me. So I had to take it down real quick before they like issue me something. So I tell y'all crazy. So I ran and deleted it. Okay. But I do feel like when it comes to the fracking thing, since there's $1 trillion that's being committed over 10 years, right? I've been back, Kevin. Yeah, 34 earthquakes in 10 years. I don't think that's that bad. You think that's bad? There's like 3 earthquakes a year or something in the past 10 years or something. I don't know. We have to see. I don't know much about fracking, but I just feel like if they put a lot of money towards it, especially at like the research level with universities and also like with other companies, right? I'm sure they could find ways to fix it. I'm sure they could come up with better materials to like when capture the water, like the toxic water. I'm sure there's a way to make that even safer. I'm sure that would like if you work more on the science, there's probably there are ways to deal with the methane that's being released in the air, whatever. I just feel like it's kind of sounds selfish, huh? But I'm willing to try though. You know, because to go fully green, like solar panels also have their drawbacks. Solar panels also have their drawbacks. They don't always work. Let me see. Oh, it's the Financial Times. Oh, yeah. Let me see something. Hold on. Let me see something. Because California tried this one thing with those windmills. It was like, you see, look at this one. Hopefully hopefully they don't come for me for this one. But look. You see this? Everything is completely destroyed. Everything is destroyed. I'm like, these things don't seem to be doing well. What is this? Look what this thing said. It was very quick get most of my film leverage from Cuba to Mexico. Probably no paper. But the federal government was giving large subsidies to the energy companies to construct these wind farms. I don't think these things are also good though. Like, what's all of this? I'm like, oh, see, at Burnley, you can't even recycle them. Oh my god, I hope I don't get tagged for this one.
Until recently, wind turbine blades were almost impossible to recycle. They have to be replaced about every 20 years.
Wow.
Now, one company is the first in the US to shred the blades so they can be used to make cement. But is this the best way to deal with old blades? Making cement is a major source of greenhouse gases. Can producing it this way really reduce emissions?
You see?
We went to Missouri to see if recycling wind turbine blades could help reduce a growing source of worldwide waste. The first wind turbine in the US was built in the late 1800s. The tower was 60 feet tall, and it could power about 3 modern homes. Now, land-based wind turbines have an average height of 525 feet. The average turbine can power over 460 homes.
Okay.
The largest offshore turbine is more than 850 feet tall. Land-based turbine blades are typically 170 feet long.
Yeah.
That's more than 4 school buses parked end to end. The blades are usually made from a combination of fiberglass and balsa wood.
This material is incredibly robust. The challenge is reversing that engineering and physically breaking the material down.
Turbine blades have been piling up in landfills in recent years. That's the problem the company Veolia set out to solve. It gets the blades from GE Renewable Energy. These ones are only between 8 and 12 years old. The
Right.
blades come from all over the US to the town of Louisiana, Missouri. Here, workers cut them down before sending them to the shredder.
The biggest challenge is just getting them cut perfectly, just to feed them through the shredder without damaging anything.
This machine is powerful enough to crush the 20-foot sections into pieces roughly the size of a football. Then the blade chunks go to another shredder that grinds them down even more. Next, a sorting machine filters out any remaining large pieces.
It's hard to believe that this was once a 120-foot long wind turbine blade.
Veolia also recycles non-hazardous medical waste, and some of that is mixed in with the blade material.
So back and forth we'll go until we get what we think is our correct recipe.
Right now, GE pays Veolia to recycle the blades, and Veolia pays to send the final product to cement factories.
So currently there isn't a profit associated with it. The real motivator here is to prevent this material from ending up in landfills.
Cement factories burn the turbine blades for fuel. Veolia says their product burns cleaner than coal. Still, it probably won't make that much of a dent in the cement industry's carbon footprint. That's because most of the emissions don't come from burning coal. They come from heating limestone inside giant kilns. Right now, the cement industry produces roughly 8% of all greenhouse gases, 3 times more than the aviation industry. So, is making new cement the best we can do with turbine blades? It might not reduce emissions from cement making, but it still prevents the blades from ending up in landfills. But not everyone agrees that shredding and burning the blades is the best approach.
It seems to me a tremendous waste of all the energy and resources that have gone into producing the blade in the first place.
Researchers like Larry Bank say reusing the blades is a better option.
Instead of disposing of it as waste, you look for ways to use it in a second life or an alternative industry.
Larry and other researchers at
You see, because that's the problem. It's like to fix one problem, you create another problem. You know what I mean? So I'm like, when it comes to fracking, I'm like, I really don't believe that there's no way we can't answer these problems though. Like with lots of money and great research and people who actually want to solve these problems, I think you can solve a lot of problems around fracking. Because like we solved a lot of things. Like there was a point in human history, nobody thought people could actually fly. And now we fly all kinds of planes. You know what I mean? I think it's about the funding. We need to have funding towards research. But I think all this methane stuff that's getting released into the air when you do the fracking, I think that can be solved. I think when it comes to like the material that encases the polluted water, I think that can also be solved. Because I'm like, these things, they look cute, right? They look, oh yeah, look at that, green energy. But it's like it also has its downside to it. Because you can't create nothing without creating CO2 emissions. You go this way, you make CO2 emission. You go that way, you make the best way to not create any CO2 emissions, to not do anything. But that's not feasible also. Like we have to do stuff. You know? Like even Saudi Arabia also has lots of oil. Like why are we obsessed with doing all this green stuff? I don't get it.
Rewind are building a pedestrian bridge in Ireland. And they have proposals to turn wind turbines into cell phone towers and fencing.
We're hopeful that these demonstration projects will convince people that repurposing is a viable alternative.
And they aren't the only ones doing this. Architects in the Netherlands turned old blades into a playground and a public monument. Another company in Denmark created a bike shed. So why aren't blades turned into more projects like these?
The main reason is that it's incredibly cheap to dump them in a landfill. And unless there is a regulation in the United States, which seems unlikely, a landfill will probably be the preferred solution.
After this video was first published, Veolia responded and said reusing blades is interesting, but that these projects aren't enough to deal with the growing waste problem.
You see?
These other uses do not provide the scale necessary to manage the current volumes needed for sustainable wind turbine blade management.
As America installs more turbines, the waste problem could grow.
Yeah.
There are already more than 70,000 turbines in the United States. And with plans to expand offshore wind,
Oh my
The US could have 2,000 more within the next decade. The 2021 infrastructure bill allocated at least $100 million to expand wind energy.
You see, that's Joe Biden. Listen,
Plans to expand offshore wind, the US could have 2,000 more within the next decade. The 2021 infrastructure
2021. That's Joe Biden, and that's his Inflation Reduction Act, because it does so much green energy. This is just a waste of money. I don't know.
bill allocated at least $100 million to expand wind energy. One study predicts global waste from turbine blades will exceed 47 million tons by 2050.
Okay, you see, this is crazy. This is really crazy. 47 million tons of waste if you go with wind energy. Oh no. This is insane.
But even if that does happen, it would still amount to about an eighth of the plastic that is thrown away every year.
In the scheme of things, it's not much of an impact compared to most other industrial processes.
But it's still an impact.
And for both Veolia and Rewind, figuring out what to do with the blades is a welcome challenge.
It's a cliche, but one man's junk is another man's treasure. We have a finite amount of resources. And so we've got to find innovative ways to find new resources. And those new resources can come from materials we've already used.
If we can find applications for these materials in a second or even third life, after they have been used in the initial applications, then, it's a win-win for everybody.
I don't know, you guys. I don't really know. Hold on. Because I'm like, their building is like crazy solar panels, right? And I'm like, is this actually going to work? I want to play these. I'm so scared. Hold on.
It's astonishing, but clean energy from the sun, solar energy, has become the cheapest way to generate electricity. It's even cheaper than coal. And yet it produces only 3% of the world's electricity.
You see?
Why aren't we using way more of it? How did it get so cheap? And what does all this have to do with ducks? Let's find out.
We have to understand these energy problems because it's like I guess it's a real concern, but I'm still like I am for drilling. With the fracking stuff, I do feel like when it comes to fracking, I understand the concerns like contaminating the water, contaminating the air. Like I get all of that, but I still feel as though with human creativity and ingenuity, I think you can solve a lot of problems because we have solved a lot of problems. We've, as human beings, like we've come a long way. Like we've solved a lot of problems. And I'm like, maybe having these challenges, right, could like, I don't know, rekindle the love of science in America, maybe, I'm like, it could be like the new Manhattan Project, like with Oppenheimer, how he came up with the nuclear bomb, right? Maybe we should challenge people like to think about how would you handle all this extra methane if you were to do more fracking? We should present that to most universities and we should get them funding to think about these problems. Because I'm like, we consume a lot of energy. If it's 13,000 kilowatt per person, I don't see how these little windmills and these little solar panels are going to make a dent in anything. Because we're only going to consume more energy as we get as we move towards the future. I'm like, we're only going to be consuming more and more and more energy, not less of it. So if we have trillions of gallons of oil at our feet, like why are we not going to use that? Right? But I'm like, why don't we give money to these universities to really try to solve these problems for us? And I think they can do it. Right? But I'm like, to just say, oh, no, like, it's so bad, don't do it. Go with like wind energy. With like, now it's like, okay, now you're still creating CO2 emissions. Every 8 to 11 years, you got to replace them. You got to dump the old ones in a landfill somewhere. The nuclear energy, that thing it scares me a bit. Nuclear does scare me a little bit because in Russia, they had Chernobyl in Russia. I'll play it after this one. Because nuclear, if something happens at the plant, yeesh. I don't know. I'll be so scared. Nuclear scares me.
First, let's take a look at how much the price for solar has fallen.
I started this job as an analyst of solar in 2005. And then I thought solar is ridiculously expensive.
Jenny Chase is the head solar analyst at research firm Bloomberg NEF.
You'd pay about $4 a watt for a solar panel. And today you'd pay about 20 cents for that same watt.
And that is just the last 15 years. If you look further back, the price drop is even more impressive. How did this happen?
It's been a long story, but it's unbelievable.
Gregory Nemeth has written a book about this.
No one country did it. It was an exchange of one country building on another. The US created the technology.
The modern-day solar cell made from silicon was invented in the US in 1954. Back then, it mainly got used in the space industry and was still super expensive. But as the technology progressed, prices started to fall.
Germany created a market.
In 2000, Germany passed a law to boost renewable energy development. This was big because it put a fixed price on energy generated from sources like wind or solar. That gave people and companies a reason to set up solar panels. And for them to do that, someone needed to build these solar panels.
China made it cheap.
Once the German law had come into force, China really started to pump out those solar cells.
So basically it built a whole industry for this on a scale that the West really didn't keep up with.
China was almost a non-existent player 20 years ago. And today, they're the biggest producer of solar panels, about 70% of the world's production.
So this is how we ended up where we are now, with clean energy that also makes business sense. But if solar is so great, why don't we rely on it much, much more and just switch off all these dirty power plants?
Exactly.
Well, solar has always had this one big problem. It only really works when the sun is shining. When it's cloudy or, even worse, dark, even the best solar cells are pretty useless. And that's a real shame because...
And that's the thing too, because like you'll see, there's this other thing I want to play, but I'm like, oh, I'm so scared. Like they're gonna take my video down. But it's like where they're doing this whole green energy stuff with the solar panels, like Georgia is one of the sites where they're doing it. But I'm like, if the weather pattern changes around the world, like, and you go and you build all these solar panels, and then you don't get as much sun as you used to get in Georgia, then it's like, isn't like your investment like totally worthless? Do you know what I mean? Because I'm like, what? Because you're kind of guessing where you should put those solar panels. But what if a place that used to have like a lot of sun now has a lot of gets more snow, gets more rain? Then you've invested all this money, and now you can barely use those solar panels. And so I think it's like, I don't know, I do find it unfortunate that when they make these investments decisions, like they don't actually involve the public. Because we should be able to ask questions. You know, nuclear energy is scary because with Chernobyl, it was bad.
That's when we'd need them the most. Let's take a look at how we use energy. In the morning, when most people get up and get ready, we need energy. The so-called duck curve charts our demand for power from non-renewable sources like coal and gas throughout the day, first in places without much solar. After the morning spike, it stays pretty level. When people come home in the evening, it goes up again and then drops at night. At this point, you might get an idea why they call it the duck curve, because it kind of looks like a duck. Anyway, in places with lots of solar, like California, this curve changes. The mornings are pretty much the same. Then the sun rises and solar energy production kicks in. This lets demand for non-renewable energy drop. Until the sun sets, that is. That is when conventional demand shoots up again, way steeper than in the first curve. Two problems with this. One, traditional power plants suck at ramping up this quickly. That means you have to keep them running at a certain output all day, even though there's lots of solar. And that means...
you can end up with actually more power produced in the middle of the day than is used.
And that leads to the second problem. There are limits to how much energy you can put into the grid. Too much solar could overpower it, so it needs to be thrown away. This has always made it super difficult to add lots of solar to power systems. But guess what? There is now a solution to this.
What is it?
And chances are you have part of it in front of you right now. A lithium-ion battery.
We're just taking the same construction, stringing together many of those cells and making battery packs that we can use for cars. And then we can also scale that up to use for stationary power to go next to wind parks or solar farms.
What's been quite good over the last few years is that batteries have got a lot cheaper as well. And we're now seeing solar projects built with a couple of hours of
So where are you going to get the lithium for these batteries? In Congo. So you're going to have to go to Congo and start these wars to kill people. Because can we make these people are crazy, right? Like, it sounds cute for like maybe a state or a few people, but are you going to use lithium for everything? So that it's not going to like shoot up the price again? And where are you going to get the lithium from? Congo? And go kill more Congolese people? I'm telling you, this whole green fuel, green climate thingy, it involves killing African people. Like, because it's not going to end well. Okay? So to get the lithium, you're going to have to source it from Congo. And you're not going to want to pay these people. So it's going to start a war. So there's going to be more people dying. So we want to have green climate, green energy at the expense of black blood being spilled all over the continent. Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all better go drill. Y'all better go stick to drilling. No. Like that's the thing I want to say. For every solution you bring forward, there's a downside. Because I'm like, imagine even just America alone, like there's 300 million people. If people have to use lithium batteries in their cell phone, lithium batteries in their car, because they want us to all drive electric cars. They do. Lithium batteries in 18-wheelers and 24-wheelers, right? You start using lithium batteries for pretty much everything, you're not going to have enough. Like, it's a lot. Like, I just feel like that's crazy to me.
Storage in the battery so that they can shift solar generation from the middle of the day to the evening, where there's often a peak in electricity demand.
In the US, for example, the state of New Mexico just decided to shut down a coal plant and instead build new solar farms that store large amounts of the energy they produce in batteries. Lithium-ion batteries have become a lot better and a lot cheaper than expected in the last few years. They're now a viable option for storing and shifting at least a few hours worth of solar energy as needed. So the storage problem that solar always had is actually not that much of a problem anymore. Sometimes, though, we might want longer-term storage, in places without much sunshine, for example. And that's why companies are offering other solutions. Let's just run through a few. Another type of battery, called a flow battery, separates the charge outside a cell. That has two advantages. It can store more energy and for longer. The problem is they're still relatively expensive. Then there's pumped hydro storage, which is already used quite a bit. You need 2 lakes and one of them needs to be in a hill. During the day, you use solar energy to pump water from the lower lake up to the higher lake. When you need energy at night, you can just let it run down through a turbine. But for that, you need to find lakes and, well, a hill.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Another solution using gravity comes from a Swiss company. It's working on a tower that raises building blocks with solar energy and then releases the energy by lowering them again. But for this too, you need space. And there's also the option of using solar to produce hydrogen. And with that hydrogen, you could then do a number of things, like fuel cars or even make steel. But the whole process is still pretty costly.
Oh my God.
I think that the storage will mostly be lithium-ion with some hydrogen and maybe a few other options.
There are alternatives. It's just that lithium-ion batteries are becoming so flexible and so inexpensive that it'll be hard for these alternatives to compete them. But they do have other attributes, like they hold a charge longer, which could turn out to play a pretty important role in some applications.
So solar has become cheap and has pretty much fixed its biggest problem. So what's next?
It's going to be big. It's going to be everywhere. We forecast that even with no further policy, solar would supply about 23% of global electricity by 2050. I personally think it's going to be much higher than that.
I would not be surprised if by 2030, we're talking about solar doing a large part of the world's electricity supply.
Solar has come a long, long way. But now that the technology is in place, it really looks like it's time to shine. Now, we'd like to hear from you. What are your thoughts on solar energy?
We're not talking and explaining how. Come on, how are these things made?
2018, there were 5 million new electric cars entering the auto ecosystem, but over the next 20 years, analysts expect this number to hit between 300 to 500 million cars.
That's my thing. It's like you go from one addiction to another addiction. Oh yeah, I used to do crack. Now I want to do now I'm trying to do meth. Now I want to do I don't know what oxy. You know, it's like you go from one addiction to another addiction. It's very bizarre. Hold on.
How will such a staggering number of cars be powered?
Yeah.
The answer is obvious. Electric rechargeable batteries. In this video, we will expose the global geopolitics of electric car batteries and how the promise of clean and renewable energy is hanging on the precipice of success and failure at the same time.
Oh, yeah.
Electric cars use powertrain batteries that supply energy to all the engine components for the vehicle to function as expected. While the value of powertrain batteries is not in doubt, what is in doubt is the supply chain of these batteries.
You see?
And most importantly, the raw materials used in producing them.
Exactly.
The cost of producing EV powertrain batteries has proven to be environmentally costly, but unfortunately, only very few automakers are taking the problem seriously.
You see?
The raw material used in making these batteries is lithium and its variants. These variants include cobalt, nickel, manganese, and several other materials.
Congo.
Currently, the material dominating the market is the cobalt manganese material, which is used by many electric auto companies. Tesla, on the other hand, uses a combination of lithium cobalt manganese. The automaker is also working on a new powertrain that will be cobalt-free. However, cobalt still represents the most essential mineral without which EV powertrains will be difficult or impossible to make using current technology. Lithium is made in Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia. These 3 South American nations hold significant deposits of the world's lithium reserves. Cobalt, on the other hand, is mined in Central Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
I knew it. I said they're about to go kill the Congolese people. I knew it. So now you're gonna have wars. Okay, hold on. Let me hold on. Y'all, let me see this.
Hold significant deposits of the world. Lithium is made in Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia.
Okay, so these countries right here, they're about to have civil war soon. They're about to experience civil unrest. Because they're not going to want to pay for these things. You see? So all these European nations want to go green, but these other countries going to go red because they're going to be bleeding. They're going to be bleeding. And then it's Congo. I knew it. So lithium is from Latin America, and then cobalt is from Congo.
These 3 South American nations hold significant deposits of the world's lithium reserves.
Yeah.
Cobalt, on the other hand, is mined in Central Africa, in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Yeah.
The DRC, as the country is commonly called, is the world's most dominant cobalt source.
Oh, wow.
More than half of global cobalt deposit is found in this African nation.
Yeah.
While a country with such a valuable resource should be better for it, the DRC has become a perfect example of man's inhumanity to man.
Yeah.
Cobalt mining is fraught with human rights abuses and slave labor.
You see?
The exploratory activities also degrade the environment significantly. According to estimates, on every given day, as many as 40,000 children are working in the DRC's cobalt artisanal mines with no safety guidelines in place. Let us not throw into the mix the evil of child labor. In Chile, the effects of lithium mining are being felt across the region as the water-intensive process is contaminating the soil. Lithium mining also poses risks to the agrarian culture of local populations.
You see?
With all the negative events trailing cobalt extraction, one would have expected that automakers will seek out alternative materials for making electric car batteries. Why is cobalt such a big deal? Firstly, this mineral has an infamous moniker. It is called the blood diamond of batteries because individuals and companies have made fortunes from it. This mineral is the most expensive resource for making batteries, so companies like Tesla are looking to eliminate its usage entirely. According to Elon Musk of Tesla, making cars that people can afford is critical to the company's long-term goals. Unverified reports claim that by using cobalt-free batteries, Tesla will be able to make cars that are $10,000 cheaper. But why are other firms not following suit? As of the time of making this video, no plausible explanation has been given by any of the notable car brands. Despite the human right infringement of cobalt mining and the environmental risk such exploratory activities pose, BMW still went ahead to sign a long-term deal with Managem CTT, a Moroccan cobalt mining firm. This firm extracts the mineral from the only pure cobalt mine in the world, which is located in Morocco. BMW plans to use the cobalt from this mine to produce lithium-ion batteries for its electric cars. The MOU between both companies was signed in 2019, and the deal is worth $122 million, which represents about 20% of BMW's cobalt needs from now until 2025. The deal is earmarked to deliver about 3.9 kilotons of cobalt to BMW within 5 years, while Glencore will supply BMW with the remaining 80% worth of cobalt. While BMW and other EV car makers are trying to secure their supply of cobalt, Tesla wants to move in a different direction. During its Battery Day event, the company unveiled plans to build batteries in-house instead of purchasing them from battery manufacturers. However, no timeline has been given as to when Tesla will substitute in-house batteries for purchased versions. Every year, as much as 130,000 tons is mined globally, mostly as a byproduct of copper and nickel. With 2/3 of the global supply coming from the DRC currently, the volume is expected to rise this year and next because production did not halt. This is because...
And mind you, as they're getting this natural resource from Congo, they'll cost, like, the Congolese people are not feeling, they're not feeling it. They're not getting rich. They're not getting better schools. They're not getting better hospitals. Nothing is being done for these people. Instead, it's like more and more, oh, this is slavery. It's more, once again, the slavery. They sold Congolese people to slavery. Once again, taking these poor Congolese kids are not going to school to work the mines so that Europeans can drive electric cars from BMW. So like, it's, you know what, like one thing I can't stand sometimes about the West, right? It's like it always treats Africa like a dumpster. Like when it comes to them, their water cannot be polluted, their air can't be polluted, they can't go through that, but it's okay to do it in Africa. Like as if these people are they're not human beings. And then you'll see all of our politicians be okay with that. It's disgusting. Like their children living there. And they use kids in these mines. So what happens when child gets stuck in there? He's just going to die in there? But the sad thing also about most Congolese people, they're always dancing. They're always dancing. They're always at church. Like the child, their obsession with church. They're always at church. They're always dancing. They're always reading the Bible with their eyes closed. They pray with their eyes closed. I mean, they're always dancing. I mean, it is wild to me. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. Corrupt leaders, people that's always at church, always dancing. I mean, it's insane. It's really insane. Because I'm like, why are you not fighting for your people to have a better standard of living? That's so sad. Man, having poor leadership is a curse, man.
The DRC, like many other African countries, escaped the harmful effects of the coronavirus. Compare that to the Ambatovi mine in Madagascar that was forced to shut down due to the virus. When you take a holistic view of the global supply chain, the long-term future of cobalt as an integral mineral for car batteries is not sustainable.
Yeah.
Firstly, there is insufficient supply to meet the growing demand, which has continued to increase. The Marin and Bauazer mine containing cobalt that can't be used on car batteries if they are not chemically converted. Another challenge with cobalt is that more than 80% of global processing is done in China. After Glencore, Chinese firms are also large miners of the mineral in DRC. When you consider the geopolitical scheme of things and how China uses its control of the supply chain to protect its imperialist aims across the globe, this portends a dangerous economic trend for other nations. Even though the DRC contains more than half of the global cobalt deposit, the supply chain from the African nation is already saturated, which was why BMW had to look elsewhere for this mineral it so desperately needs. Tesla signed a deal with Glencore recently for a 6,000-ton supply from DRC, which will then be transported to its Shanghai factory. Despite its plans to move away from cobalt, this deal raises doubt regarding its seriousness to produce cobalt-free batteries. With many more electric cars expected to hit our roads in the coming decade, car batteries will continue to be in demand. Glencore, being a major cobalt supplier, has agreed several deals. It has a deal with SK Innovation to supply the Korean firm about 30,000 tons, which can produce batteries for 2 million electric cars. There is also a deal in place to supply cobalt to Umicore, a Belgian firm, and China's GEM battery recycler. Even without the Tesla deal, about 90% of Glencore's supply coming from the DRC for the foreseeable future has already been booked by automakers, recyclers, and battery manufacturers. The clamour for a new approach to making batteries has brought a new set of challenges. For instance, the call to end cobalt usage has raised the market price of substitute materials like nickel. People like Mr. Musk are advocating for nickel to supplant cobalt, and these calls have caused the price of nickel to surge significantly. But that is not the only problem stakeholders will have to deal with. Nickel is mined at more locations globally than cobalt, but the extraction of this mineral leads to environmental degradation and land pollution. In countries like Russia, nickel mining has polluted the land belonging to indigenous populations, and after significant pressure from rights groups, Elon Musk decided not to buy nickel from Norilsk Nickel, the company at the center of the storm. This experience of local populations in Russia is similar to what is obtainable in regions where nickel is mined. As long as cobalt remains an important material for building electric car batteries, the demand will continue to grow. Unfortunately, other materials considered to be close substitutes are no better, as they pollute the environment as badly as cobalt mining does. From the outside looking in, the world will not cleanse itself until we find a better way of doing things by improving our technology. Before finishing this video, we would like to know your thoughts about how EV batteries are made. Don't forget to subscribe.
I knew it. I said, this is not going to end well for Congo. These people, it's not going to end well. I'm like, it's so sad. Like, they extract all, like, this is an expensive mineral like this, and the Congolese people don't even have a better standard of living, but at the same time, they don't have good leadership. They don't have good leadership. Come on, I don't even see how that's sustainable also. Like, if the West just starts consuming all this lithium all the time, it might be worse than fracking.
So I have some questions. What happens to the lithium batteries inside of your cell phone at the end of its life? What happens to the lithium batteries inside of your tools? And most importantly, what happens to the lithium batteries inside of electric vehicles? Are they thrown in landfills? Are they recycled? A lot of questions to be answered. Let's get started.
I really feel like because America dragged its feet. America dragged its feet on the battery stuff. They dragged their feet on that, right? And meanwhile, China and I think Korea also, Panasonic, right? Panasonic, that's Korea, South Korea. They made great advances when it comes to all this like the car battery stuff, like the lithium battery stuff. They were way, 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 way advanced, right? And so I feel like right now America is trying to catch up. Because let's be honest, like, that's why I feel like World War III, whenever it does happen, it's not going to be what it was. Like, oh, you're throwing bombs. Shout out, Marie, you came in late. The video had to go. I'll put it on Patreon. It had to go because I played something that was copyrighted. So, right? What was I saying again? China is way, way, like, they're so far advanced, Mark. It's not even funny. Their renewable car, the battery stuff, they're like light years ahead. They're just going. Okay. And so that's one. Number two, they have way more charging station than we do. Because remember, with the Democrat, Buttigieg, the white boy that they appointed as Secretary of like Transportation or something to get one. Okay. They gave him $8 billion to build more charging stations. No, it's fine. They gave him $8 billion to build this charging station. He only built 7 with $8 billion. Nobody's holding him accountable. Because once again, just blame Trump. Like all you have to say is, well, Trump did this, Trump did that. And because people have been trained and groomed to hate Trump now, they're so deranged, they're not even paying attention. So Buttigieg, he had a budget of $8 billion. Let me fucking find it. you spell his name? And how he's not going to get arrested? That's crazy to me. Okay. How do you spell his name? Okay, let's see if we can play this one.
Appreciate that Pete Buttigieg pretends to be offended by what I said. I think Pete should be offended by the fact that under his leadership as Secretary of Transportation, the government took in $8 billion to build 7 electric vehicle charging facilities at a time when Americans are paying 45% more for the gas that transports them to work. That's what we should be focused on, and that's what we should be talking about. And it illustrates, Jake, my entire criticism of the Democratic approach here is they're focused on fake issues instead of the real record. And the real record is that Kamala Harris has made this country poorer. Donald Trump made the middle class richer, and he caused a lot of peace and prosperity to break out in this country and all over the world. It's a very simple contrast, and I wish the Democrats would focus on the issues. So I appreciate that Pete Buttigieg pretends to be offended.
The president that they have right now, Felix, I don't think he was born poor. His dad tried to be president. His dad was not successful. But he's a little B also, though. One day we'll talk about his behind. Where is the stuff? Like, so this dude right here, right? He's also a DEI hire also. He's also a DEI hire because they hired him because he's white and he's gay. Okay? He don't know what the heck he doing. All right? So he lost all the money.
So we've waited administration after administration. What's your confidence level that sometime tonight we'll get through the Senate and move this on toward law?
Looks like it's going to happen. We don't know exactly what hour, but we know that we're within hours of seeing this through in the Senate, then on to the House. And the sooner it can get to the president's desk for a signature, the better. You know, my department is ready the moment this bill becomes law to start deploying these resources and getting them out to communities, mayors like the ones I was meeting with today, to start making immediate improvements in the transportation infrastructure that every American depends on.
What will people in cities and towns across the country see in the early going?
Well, you're going to see quicker improvements and fixes on your roads. You're going to see projects to get your bridges back in shape.
Yeah, right.
If you live near a port, you're going to see funding for ports. But if you don't live anywhere near a port, you're still going to be better off because it's actually in places like the Midwest where I'm from that so much depends on being able to get agricultural products, for example, out efficiently, which isn't always possible with the supply chain backups we have. So this whole country, this whole economy is linked in terms of air and rail, water, roads, everything fits together. And frankly, everything needs more work. That's why this bill tries to look at everything from traditional, roads and rail and bridges to recognizing that internet infrastructure.
These people need to go to prison. They really need to go to prison. They need to get arrested. They need to get locked up.
The government took in $8 billion. So
y'all see that?
I appreciate that Pete Buttigieg pretends to be offended by what I said. I think Pete should be offended by the fact that under his leadership as Secretary of Transportation, the government took in $8 billion to build 7 electric vehicle charging facilities at a time when Americans are paying 45% more for the gas that transports them to work. That's what we should be focused on, and that's what we should be talking about. And it illustrates, Jake, my entire criticism of the Democratic approach here is they're focused on fake issues instead of the real record. And the real record is that Kamala Harris has made this country poorer. Donald Trump made the middle class richer, and he caused a lot of peace and prosperity to break out in this country and all over the world. It's a very simple contrast, and I wish the Democrats would focus on the issues. So I appreciate that Pete Buttigieg pretends to be offended by what I said. I think
I'm like $8 billion and you only had 7 charging stations and nobody's holding you accountable because all you have to do is, oh my gosh, look at what Trump said. Look at what Trump did. And people just like their attention just goes straight to Trump. And I'm like, nobody cares. Okay. It does not take about $700 million to build 1 charging station. What did y'all do with the money? But nobody cares. You talk about, oh yeah, the ports, they're gonna send money to the ports. They took so much money. Now look what happened to Baltimore with the bridge, right? They don't even know when they're gonna get the bridge fixed. What does he plan to do about the bridge in Baltimore? It's a black city. And I'm like, there's a lot of jobs at the port. You think he cares? No. Because all they have to say, oh my gosh, look at Trump. Trump went to the Arlington Cemetery. Oh, Trump is being mean to Kamala. Oh, Trump this. Oh, Trump. I mean, these people are so freaking immature. I'm like, y'all so damn stupid. They spend like 2-3 weeks talking about the cat lady comment because it's a distraction. I'm like, we are really living in a dictatorship. And I'm like, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, they're spending money on the media just so that the media can keep the American people distracted, for, like, to not actually go and look to see what they haven't done. And yet the money's been spent. Because under any other circumstances, like if you have an $8 billion budget and you only produce 7 charging stations for all of America, yeah, you need to go to jail. Where is the money? Oh my gosh. I'm like, these are taxpayers' money. It's not their money. This is your taxes. I'm like, how is it okay that you're giving $8 billion to create these charging stations and you only show up with 7 charging stations? And he's not being summoned in front of Congress. He's not being looked into. He's not going to get arrested. Nope. Because he's gay. It's like, it's so silly to me. Well, how do we live like this? Hold on. Ooh, I want to play this one, but ciao. Dear Jesus, be with us, okay? Ooh, Financial Times, please don't come for me. Oh, Lord. Y'all, if you see my video, like if you see something, please write in the comments so I can go and delete the video real quick, okay? Because, child, the Lord of God. Dear Jesus, please help me. Okay, let's go.
Sweeping piece of legislation that those jobs.
The so-called prosperity to American families.
The Inflation Reduction Act was the largest investment in clean energy in the history of the world.
Oh, you see, all right. When they call it, even this to me is also very deceptive. When they call it the Inflation Reduction Act, right? You're thinking they're doing stuff to bring down inflation. If you're investing in green energy, why don't you call it the Green Energy Act? No, because they want people to be asleep. It's like just like when they castrate children and they give hormones to children to help them like transition, they call it gender affirming care. Or when it comes to abortion, they call it reproductive rights. You see how they always label like bad things with like these fancy titles to get you to fall asleep? Like, oh yeah, because who's going to say no to gender affirming care, right? Who's going to say no to women's reproductive rights? Nothing is being reproduced. You're killing. When you have an abortion, what are you reproducing? Like you're reproducing nothing. You're killing. Make it make sense, right? They give it these like fancy titles to make you feel like, oh my gosh, this is so good, right? They greenwash things. Like that's what I guess that's how you can call it, right? And then you go and you look into it. It's completely awful. So they're calling this the Inflation Reduction Act. The whole time it has nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's about subsidizing the little pet project for their donors. So they get these donors who pay money to pay all this for all these elections. Once they get in return, the donors have access to our treasury. They have access to our taxes to go and subsidize whatever kind of luxury plans they have because they want to compete with China. But you cannot. You're going to lose. Anyways, I hope this video stays. Oh, Lord Jesus, please let it stay.
The Inflation Reduction Act is going to rapidly accelerate our pathway to net zero.
A sweeping piece of legislation that is designed to decarbonize the US economy, to reshore supply chains, and also to break dependence on China.
It levels the playing field.
So you guys, this is the war we're in. We are at war with China. We are at war with China for energy. Because World War III is going to be a whole lot different. Okay, there's a new war now. It's for energy, and also it's for who's going to get to cobalt first, who's going to get to the lithium first, right? That's what it is. But I do feel like China has Africa in lockdown. Like they have invested heavily. They've given lots of loans. It's starting to make sense why they've even invested. Like they gave a loan to Kenya. All that fighting that's happening in Kenya right now. China gave a big loan to Kenya. They're not been able to pay it. I think part of the contract was they were going to have a port. They have a port called, what's it called? Mombasa. There's a big port of Mombasa. So I'm like, it's not far from Kenya. It's not far from Congo. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So there's a famous port here, right? So, let me see if I can see where it is, actually. See, I knew it. Congo is not far from Kenya. Because once again, supplying, like securing the you got to secure supply chain, right? Let me make this bigger. Yeah, they do that, Andrew. Like they really do. If you guys can see, let me make it bigger. Hold on. Right? So look at this, right? Look. The DRC is right here, right? So they'll come to DRC. The port is right here. The port is in Kenya. So I think what they're trying to do is like probably take the stuff here, go through here, and have it leave Mombasa to go all the way to go to China to be transformed into the batteries, right? Because they gave a huge loan. The Chinese made a big loan to these Kenyans because they knew the African people not gonna pay back. Because one thing we're gonna do, we're gonna spend the money. We're gonna go buy Cartier. We're going to go buy the bracelets, the Birkin bags, right? So they knew. So here's the port. So it's the port of Mombasa. It's in Kenya, right? So I think through this port, because they're going to take the port because they're not going to be able to pay the loan back. Okay? The Kenyan government is going to default on the loan. When they default on that loan, China's going to take over the port. See? Like, see, here's the problem. See, that's the thing with America. You know, China... When you think about it, like China is a different kind of colonizer. They're really smart than people, huh? The Chinese are a different type of colonizer. See, white people, like when Europeans colonized Africa, it was very violent, right? It was very violent. They enslave you, they put chains on you, they change your name, they force the Bible on you, you know, all kinds of brutality, right? The Chinese are very nice. They're a lot nicer. They don't beat you up. They don't want to enslave you. Like, oh, do you want a loan? You want money? You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it. Right? Meanwhile, America is still doing that old like colonial style type of shit, like, oh, dropping bombs on people, fighting wars with people, instead of being nice to people and giving loans to people. Right? So China is going all around Africa. The Congo has money. They took loans. I think Uganda took a loan. Kenya is taking loans, right? So like the Chinese are going throughout Africa making loans with crazy interest rates that they know these Africans not going to pay it back. Because one thing about black people, you give them some money, they're going to go straight to the store. They're going to buy cars. They're going to buy shoes. They're not going to pay this money back. They have no plans on paying this money back because they don't understand what loans are for. Okay? So here is the port of Mombasa, and I think that's why they have the recent strikes recently, because the man, Ruto is the president of Kenya. He's trying to increase taxes because he needs money. They don't have enough money. He needs to increase taxes. They have loan payments they have to make. They're going to default. And when they do default, the port of Mombasa will belong to China. Okay? And from there, they're going to be able to take as much crap as they need out of Africa. Right? Which is something that America should have done a lot sooner. But the problem is America was busy fighting a war in Iraq. They didn't fight a war, just bombing people in Iraq. Right? Right now, they're wasting money with Ukraine. They're wasting money with Israel. Like the business of war is falling. Now, I think like now where we are now is that we have to be in a business of energy. All kinds of energy. Exactly. So while America was busy in Iraq and shooting all these innocent Iraqis, okay? America's always busy fighting wars because it has a very old model. It operates from a very, very old model. So by the time they woke up, China had like everything on lockdown. All the lithium stuff was on the carbon, the cobalt stuff was on lockdown. They made all these loans to these African people. They got into business with Russia for the BRICS. They started talking to Brazil. You know, they're making business moves because they're about the business. They don't want to go to war. They will if they have to. But China, they're colonizing the world in a very different way. They come to you as a friend, like as a business partner. America is still dropping bombs on people. So now it's like, now they want to play catch up, right? So the way to play catch up is, oh, let's just take taxpayer money and start doing things. I'm like, but that's not how it works. You can't do that overnight. Where we are right now, it's a lot cheaper for Chinese to make a whole lot of things. because unlike you, China was not engulfed in all these wars. Right? Chinese don't get involved in wars. There's even an issue with Taiwan because Taiwan also can make these batteries. Right? But even that else, I don't see how we're going to be able to get Taiwan to supply the USA, because if you do, I don't know, it's not going to end well. But the Chinese are a different type of colonizer. Like President Ping, he's actually really smart. That's a smart Gemini. Okay, that's why I'm like, yeah, you should also let Trump be president because he's also a Gemini. So they're going to understand each other better. Okay. But like now we are racing to have some type of control over the supply chain of this lithium, the supply chain of the cobalt, and it's kind of like a little too late. It's kind of like a little too late. That's why war is a waste of time. Like, you need to work on your economy. But anyways, let's go, y'all. Let's go.
For Western producers.
It's the largest investment in the history of the United States solar industry of any kind.
The so-called Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster, a death sentence.
It's possible that you could see in 2024 a re-election of Donald Trump. And at that point, I think all bets would be off.
The big question is whether this ends up being a trade war.
We thought we were in the era of free market globalization, and now we're not.
The Inflation Reduction Act is actually a very misleading name, right? Because it has very little to do with inflation reduction, particularly in the short term.
It's a piece of industrial policy.
And when you see Kamala Harris, you'll keep repeating, oh, we fit in the inflation. We have the Inflation Reduction Act. It has nothing to do with reducing inflation. But it's called Inflation Reduction Act. It has absolutely nothing to do with reducing inflation. It's all about getting these solar panels. And I guess find a way to extract also stuff even from Latin America also. But like I said, those 3 Latin American countries like Argentina, Chile, and Bolivia, yeah, they're going to go through a war very soon. They're all going to have civil unrest really soon. They're going to start wars in these people's countries to get their stuff.
Policy. It's a piece of climate policy. It's a piece of trade policy. It's not a piece of inflation reduction.
It's full of tax credits designed to draw in investment into the US economy, and it's all being funded by the federal government over the next 10 years.
The IRA includes 370.
The federal government is doing this, right? Ask yourself, what business does the federal government have to be doing with this type of stuff? Like, it's not your job. The private sector should be doing this. Why are you forcing this? So there's no demand for this. You're just forcing this. So this means once they stop giving people subsidies, this whole thing is going to collapse. There's a reason why we have the private sector. It's for a reason. The day they stop giving subsidies to these people, oh, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. And they're all getting rich from that. Biden making money from this. Harris making money from this. They're all making money from this. If you think these people care about the environment, you are crazy.
$1 billion worth of tax credits, loans, and grants to incentivize domestic manufacturing.
The Biden administration says, you know what? It is important that America makes things. It is important not only that we transition to a greener economy, but it's important to be able to secure supply chains. This is a big shift. This is about a 50-year change in how the economy is going to run.
Meanwhile, we need you to reduce the inflation now. You're spending trillions of dollars for something that's going to pay off maybe in 50 years. These people are insane. They are insane.
Actually going to create long-term viable industries, which are more competitive than the Chinese. We have to face the risk that it won't work. And when the subsidies stop, unless they're there forever, the program won't really work. And some of these may turn out to be white elephants.
I'm John Podesta. I am overseeing the implementation of the clean energy provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. The largest investment in clean energy and attacking the problem of climate change in the history of the world.
The impact on emissions of the IRA.
Listen to what he just said, right? Ask yourself, is that really the role of the federal government? Is it really up to the federal government to take on climate change and investments in climate change? It should be for the private sector. That's not the role of the government. These weird socialists. I'm like, this is not your job. Who's asking you to do this? They have no experience in this. They don't know what they're doing. They think it's going to work, But I'm like, this is why government should not be involved in the private sector like that. You should let people in the private sector do this. But it should not be an initiative that started off at the federal government, because the day you're no longer giving subsidies, all this money would have gone to waste. I'm like, it's so much better to spend your money trying to fix the problem that are currently going on with fracking, right? Find a solution to that. Spend your money fixing that, because that's already working. It just has like things that need to be fixed, right? Work on finding solutions to that. Make it even better. Don't start something completely from scratch, where honestly, the Chinese are way better than anybody you can find here in the US. By the time you catch up to the Chinese, you would have wasted so much time and money learning the process, because before you become good at something, you have to learn it. Just because you have lots of money and lots of people helping you doesn't mean that off the bat you're going to be successful. You're going to make mistakes, and those mistakes will cost you money. That money would have been better spent trying to solve the current problems with fracking and solving the problem with fracking to make fracking even more efficient. This is, I mean, y'all, you see all these solar panels? And not just that, all these solar panels too, they require land. That land could have been used to build houses and school and universities and things like that. Makes no sense.
IRA are expected to be about 40% cut by 2032 if all the tax credits are taken out.
At the heart of it was an economic theory: invest in American technology and manufacturing, power the economy, reduce the dependency the United States had on unreliable single source suppliers of certain goods and materials.
Saudi Arabia, even before America supplied its own oil for years, and it still is, right? It still does. But I'm like, how long has Saudi Arabia, how long have OPEC member countries been providing America with oil? It's quite reliable. What you mean it's not reliable? When have you ever ordered oil from Saudi Arabia and you didn't get it? Make it make sense. This dude is crazy. And these are the kind, I'm like, that's why I say, like, you know, we have to start asking, like, I don't just want to see your vice president pick. I also want to see who your advisors are going to be. Because many times these presidents, they pick advisors that are crazy. They're so stuck in academia that they're not stuck in like being practical. Be practical, right? Because I'm like, if this was your money, if it was not taxpayers' money, would you invest $1 trillion in solar panels? But because it's not your money, you take on these goofy projects. Because if it works or not, you're not gonna have to pay for it. We're gonna have to pay for it. I'm like, you are crazy. Hold on, baby, hold on.
The CHIPS and Science Act passed first. It's a much smaller industrial policy. It includes around $52 billion to incentivize research in semiconductors, as well as stimulate semiconductor production in the United States.
It's really, in a way, a partner bit of legislation. It's also about reshoring supply chains.
According to FT Research, the IRA and the CHIPS Act together have helped stimulate more than $220 billion in manufacturing and clean technologies and semiconductors. This
You're saying is similar to $220 billion. Where can that be felt in the economy? Who has that money? Where'd the money go? Or it goes right back, because I'm like, so they're giving subsidies to these quote unquote entrepreneurs, right? They get rich off of it and then they keep the money. And they buy big houses in Hawaii, or they buy big houses in California, right? Because how's the everyday person who's contributing to that through their tax dollars, how are they reaping the benefit of that $220 billion? Please. They are crazy.
will create more than 100,000 jobs.
It's clearly designed to tell.
So you spend $1 trillion, like y'all. I hope you're writing these numbers down, right? So they're committing about $100 billion. No, sorry, 100. Like what? $1 trillion over 10 years, and all you're gonna get is 100,000 jobs. You can get 100,000 jobs somewhere else for way more cheaper, like for way cheaper. This is insane. They're insane.
Tell the world that America is back as a major player in world industry and in the climate fight. Sleepy old America's gone.
We've already seen over $115 billion of investment in clean manufacturing, over $125 billion in utility scale renewable energy.
So you have Arizona that's sucking in money from the Inflation Reduction and the CHIPS Act, the Midwest state
Hold on.
money from the Inflation Reduction and.
Let me see if I can play it back. Hold on. I want you to see this map, right? Because the map does not involve the Midwest. Hold on. So do you see this map? So although they're using taxpayer dollars, right? Look who's going to eat from this. And plus, it's out the line to those people, right? But look at all the states that get to benefit from that. Like, look, California gets a lot, you know. This is what, Pennsylvania right here. They barely have any. But I'm like, do you see this? No, but that's not fair, though. What about these people here? They need some money. They need some jobs. Nope.
From the Inflation Reduction and the CHIPS Act, the Midwest states like Ohio, Michigan, upstate New York is taking advantage of this. In the Southeast, Georgia, the states that may have been once resistant to clean energy and so on for political reasons.
I think what you're seeing in Georgia is a bipartisan embrace of the opportunities and investments in advanced energy manufacturing and electric vehicle manufacturing that are being supercharged by these manufacturing and infrastructure policies.
We made the initial investment in the United States in 2018, and we're making a much larger expansion after passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. It's about a $2.5 billion investment. By the end of next year, we're going to collectively employ about 4,000 people directly across the state. It's the largest.
4,000 people only? How many people currently need jobs? 4,000 people?
Investment in the history of the United States solar industry of any kind. We've worked really closely with folks in Georgia and Washington, D.C. over the last 5 years.
The solar manufacturing policies, alongside this broad package of manufacturing incentives, are designed to make Georgia the national and global leader in advanced energy innovation and manufacturing. Solar technology and solar products are strategic commodities, polysilicon, ingots, wafers, cells, but a significant stranglehold historically on the market in China. Our energy security, our energy independence, and our environmental future depend upon our production of these technologies and components in the United States.
Solar panels that we make here at this factory are used for both commercial and residential. Now you're going to see where the magic happens. Started my career in manufacturing because I knew I wanted to follow in my parents' footsteps. Went into textiles, ladies' undergarments. Georgia was not known for.
She was making ladies' undergarments. So how exactly did she get here? How did she get this grant? Right? How did she get this grant? How do you go from making undergarments to making like solar panels? What?
Advanced manufacturing. Our facility here has transformed the job market. We're keeping students, like when they're coming out of school and they're coming to work, they're buying homes here. We want to see the entire supply chain for our product here in Georgia.
Products that come out of this facility will contain cells, wafers, and polysilicon that all originated in the United States.
A state like Georgia has lots of land. Its labor is relatively cheap. Its governor has been very progressive in terms of offering subsidies on top of the ones that come with the Federal Inflation Reduction Act. And developers are arriving in what people are now calling the battery belt in the South.
You have Norway's Freyr announcing a $2.6 billion factory in Georgia, creating more than 700 jobs.
700.
The production tax credits in the IRA levels the playing field for Western producers. The hope is that through the 10 years of the IRA program, scale has been developed, supply chains get developed, then Western producers can compete one-on-one with the Chinese producers from that point forward. So our initial project in Georgia in the US is called Giga America. We have a site south of Atlanta. The amount of investment will be roughly $2.5 to $3 billion, could go up to around $4.5 to $5.
critics, especially outside the US, have called the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act a new form of protectionism, an extension of what Donald Trump was doing.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
The US is undergoing a bipartisan shift, bringing into America industries in which China is or potentially will be dominant. Biden's doing it through subsidies. Trump did it through tariffs.
Now you see companies like General Electric, an American company that absolutely embodied the idea that you could build things more cheaply abroad and then sell them back to Americans. It offshored as much as it could. Now GE is building a new factory in Schenectady, New York.
Schenectady, New York represents a lot of the legacy of General Electric. It's where Edison founded the company. We're investing $50 million. We're adding 200 union jobs to create what will be the largest onshore wind nacelle facility in the U.S.
I would like to think that, they would have picked Schenectady anyways, but probably not. I know the IRA has been a big part of it. So we're in upstate New York. We're probably not the lowest labor rate in the world. It is very good work for the existing skill set that we have and to bring in all this new blood that can then learn from people who've been building generators and turbines for 30 years.
General Electric's an important employer for the Schenectady area. And frankly, depending on what chapter over the last 20 years, one in which we've been reducing jobs, not adding jobs.
I'm actually a third generation GE Schenectady employee. My grandfather started here in 1952 and retired in the 70s. My father retired after 40 years service in 2010. I work down the hall with somebody who has 5 generations. Most of the people in here have a relative who've worked in General Electric. If they're from Schenectady, you know somebody who worked for GE at some point. Schenectady peaked maybe back in the 60s and 70s with 40,000 people here. There's still 5,000 plus people on the Schenectady campus. This is by far the biggest investment that I've been a part of in my 26 years here. Factories like to know that there's work in front of them and that they're going to be here for a long time and be sustainable. And to have the business have enough confidence that Schenectady can do this, that we're the right place to put it, is just huge.
Developers are listening.
And you see, guys, not to be an asshole, but I guess whatever, right? But isn't it funny how she leverages like the anger of like the Black sisterhood, right? Oh, I'm a Black woman. I'm a Black woman. The Black women go crazy for her. They're fighting people for her. They're going crazy for her, right? Okay. When they signed this, what's it called? Inflation Reduction Act, right? You see the majority of the key players who are getting these subsidies, who are getting the money and getting the tax break to go into this so-called clean green energy stuff, is mostly white men, right? So why isn't she also putting Black people in a position to compete there too and become maybe billionaires? I'm just saying, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. It's lots of subsidies, right? And the Black people. But when it's like to fight with white people, call white people racist, like all the little basic, like low vibrational stuff, right? Then they want to use and use Black people. But when it comes to like putting you in a position where you can start, when you could also start your own company, you know what I'm saying? Receive subsidies. Like Georgia is full of Black people, right? A lot of people from Georgia are considering voting for her. Meanwhile, the majority of the money that she's investing in Georgia is going to white men to do solar panels. You see this? Like people are just so happy fighting for people for random BS instead of like fighting for what truly matters. Like being in a position where she can also give you a contract and she could also have you receive subsidies because it's a lot of money. They're committing $1 trillion over 10 years. How many Black people are putting bids? Like how many Black people that have renewable energy companies or who want to go into renewable energy are also submitting their bids to also get a contract? No. Oh, just wear some Chuck Taylors, just do a little hip hop party at your house. That's it. Always asking for crumbs. Like you might never get reparations, but at least when there are contracts being given, when there's subsidies being given, yeah, Black people should know so they can submit their bids also. But all you see the whole time, all you see is a bunch of white folks. And they're all getting paid. They're getting money from the government and they're getting subsidies and they're getting tax breaks. And if they fail, they don't have to pay the money back.
They understand that because these tax credits, they can actually thrive in the US, they can make the profits there. It will have an impact on global trade. It does look protectionist.
It is clearly designed to shift production from foreign places to America. And that's ultimately what a lot of protection is designed to do.
Some of the architects of globalization, for example, John Podesta, who is now President Biden's official in charge of the Inflation Reduction Act, he was part of the Clinton administration opening.
Look, he was with Clinton. So like, you think you're changing people? Like, the president might change, but the advisors stay the same. And that's why the policies are always so bad. So here, Clinton, right?
Global markets, and then was part of the Obama administration that did the same. Third,
Now he's with Obama. He was with Obama. And now he's right there with Biden. And I'm like, how is this even legal? I don't even know. So from Clinton to Joe Biden, so Clinton did 8 years, right? Obama did 8 years. That's 16, 4. He's had over 20 years of influencing our politics. It's like how we spend our tax dollars. And he gets to pick these pet projects that mean something to him. But he was never elected. I'm like, how's this not fraud? Nobody ever voted for this man. And the majority of people don't even know that this man exists. But I'm like, look how much power he yields, though. Because Obama knows nothing about the stuff. He was just a good salesperson. I told you, he was so unqualified to be president.
30 years of American economic policy heading in one direction. Now, American policy is about reindustrializing its heartlands, even if that means shutting off cheap supplies from elsewhere. It is a fundamentally different approach.
We're in conversation with our allies and friends and trading partners, executed a critical minerals agreement with Japan. We have a free trade agreement with Canada and Mexico. We have a free trade agreement with Korea, which permits them to take advantage of some of the provisions of the IRA. We're in deep conversation about doing a critical minerals agreement with Europe. What the Inflation Reduction Act has demonstrated to countries around the world that they can be part of the solution too. They can make those investments.
The Inflation Reduction Act has changed the world.
We are really at an inflection point. We're moving from a world that has been globalizing, a world in which rich countries have been essentially offshoring and outsourcing production to emerging markets and developing countries.
The IRA program is set up to drive green nationalism.
Ronald Reagan's attitude to economic policy and his famous remark, the 9 most dangerous words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Yep.
That's just dead.
Yep.
And bipartisan dead.
The Biden administration thought that it was rejoining the climate fight. Everybody would welcome leadership from the US. In fact, the reaction, especially in Europe, has been quite hostile.
Il est à peu près sûr que l'Iran n'est pas compatible avec l'Organisation mondiale du commerce et ses règles.
It's pretty clearly a violation of the WTO. You could say by now the WTO is moribund anyway, who cares? But it's another nail in the coffin. The basic consensus was that the governments create the rules, the framework within which business operates, but governments aren't actually in the competitive arena with their money. Once you move to a world in which they are, everything becomes very uncertain and unpredictable, and it makes cooperation much more difficult. And these were all the reasons why, after the 30s, we tried to create something like the WTO. So it could be very bad for international relations and the international economy.
Volonté commune aussi de répondre au défi géopolitique qui nous est posé par le choix américain de l'Inflation Reduction Act qui va créer un vrai choc. Et si l'Europe ne réagit pas dans les prochaines semaines, pourrait conduire à une désindustrialisation de notre continent.
It got a lot of flack from Europeans, which I found kind of amazing because Europe and many countries, for example, have been complaining for years that America should do more about climate. This bill does mark a fundamental shift away from the market knows best strategy. We're going to say climate change is a war that we have to win. Exactly. Fighting for a clean energy future requires industrial strategy. And that's not about the market. That's about the state being an actor in the economy and really pushing change that, frankly, the market hasn't made in the last 3 or 4 decades.
It's clearly going to encourage European.
And and the thing that is so the thing I cannot stand, because they did the same thing. Under Obama too, the government got involved with the markets and they did what they call QE, quantitative easing, right, with Bernanke, where they would start like putting money into the market. Like nobody asked them to do that, and it made things worse. And Wall Street got richer. You guys, it's a mess. Obama is a mess. He truly is a mess. The day people stop holding this man to a high standard of putting him on a pedestal just because he's black, and they actually make it their business to know what he has done, they're gonna look for him to beat his ass. They are truly going to look for him to beat his ass. Like, the dude is scandalous. Like, what the heck y'all doing? It's not your place to do this. But it's like under these people, because you see, it's the same guy. That Modesto guy, he's probably the reason for that. Because he was there with Clinton, he was there with Obama, and now he's here with Biden and Harris, right? But it's like there's interference from the government. If the private sector has not taken the initiative to invest their money into this, whatever, these solar panels, because most likely they ran the numbers and they saw that it's a bad deal. It's a bad deal. There's a reason why banks don't want to take this on, because they know it's a money pit. So now you think that you know better than the market? You think you know better than these banks? Why isn't Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan getting involved in this, right? Because he knows it's horrible. It's a horrible deal. But you're going to go commit $1 trillion for the next 10 years? That money could go towards so many other things. Why don't you use that money to fix the port? Oh my gosh, why don't you take the money to fix the port of LA? It's so congested. Why don't you take the money to make the ports even deeper so we can have bigger boats coming to LA? There's a port in LA. You have a port in New Orleans. You got a port in Baltimore. You have a port in Atlanta. You have a port in New Jersey. I think there's a port in New York also, right? I'm like, all these ports could have used that money. We have current infrastructures right now. They're not at their best. Why not put the money in that to make them even better? Because at least there, you're not starting from scratch. You already have something. Right? This stuff that they're working on right now with it's their green plan, but they call it the Inflation Reduction Act. They're starting with things from scratch, like from the bottom. China already won. China already has the competitive advantage. Let the Chinese do it. We want to bring manufacturing back to America. It doesn't matter. If America is going to do it for a lot more money, nobody's going to buy it. Because nobody wants to pay more for stuff. So let the Chinese, whatever's cheap that we don't want to make, or it'd be too expensive for us to make, let the Chinese make it. But I feel like all the ports should have used that money. The money should have gone to the ports. New Orleans, Baltimore, Atlanta, New Jersey, New York, Los Angeles. Those ports should have had the investment, especially Baltimore, especially New Orleans. New Orleans could use it. When was the last time they actually invested in New Orleans, right? Invest in Louisiana, invest in the port. Make those port more efficient, because right now most carriers just tend to go to LA because it's so much easier. It's so much closer to China, right? But I'm like, you have to invest to make it more appealing also for a lot more carriers to go to different ports so that different parts of the country can have access to supplies a lot quicker. Once you do that part, do that. And then maybe like spend a little sprinkle on the solar panel stuff, right? But the bulk of the money should not be going towards like solar panels. That's not going to pay off until 50 years from now. What are you doing in the current moment to make things, to have these prices go down in the current moment? Make these ports more efficient. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. And people think it's cute when she's raising all this money, right? But this is what happens when you allow people to raise all kinds of money to become president. Because once you raise all kinds of money when you become president, your hands are tied. You have to do whatever your donors tell you to do because you took their money. Hence why yesterday I said most of these donors, they're not really donors. They're loan sharks. They are truly loan sharks. The money they give you to run your campaign, to run your ads, right? When it's all said and done and you actually win the election, you have to pay these people plus interest. And how are you going to pay them? By allowing them to have access to our tax dollars, by allowing these people to have access to the U.S. Treasury. It is a heist. You are robbing one of the biggest banks in the world. And I'm like, how do people get away with this? It's insane to me.
Businesses to invest in America. Indeed, it's already happening. It is making the US look more attractive and be more competitive. They're doing it with the fiscal firepower of a unified federal government. And the Europeans obviously find it very difficult to respond to that in aggregate because they don't have a federal fiscal power. The concern, of course, is that the response in Europe will generate a subsidy war within Europe.
We've already touched off a subsidy war. We have a kind of arms race has been touched off, a green arms race.
Do we need subsidies or economic incentive to develop this industrialization? Yes. There is a risk of a battle of subsidies, even internally in EU, by the way, because, of course, the level of development of countries are different.
This race to the bottom in internal subsidies could be fundamentally distorting and even, I think, threaten the single market. Everybody knows who will win that subsidy war. Germany will win it, and because their fiscal position is so much stronger and they have a bigger domestic market.
What the IRA has allowed is the U.S. to take a leadership position in the transition. I think it is something that they're striving for. I don't think it necessarily puts the U.S. in a leadership position until you see the scale get built out. What that does for Europe, I think, is challenges some of the jurisdictions in Europe.
It has been a wake-up call for Europe on the industrialization policy, which was not something that you do at European level. It's not an industrialization force, as it is not a foreign policy force because of the nature of the institution. It's not a federation. Where is the space of competitiveness for Europe? And on some cases, Chinese won already in the battery industry or the electric vehicle industry. We may have space, but we have to define this. Can we do that together with the US or independently? I think that's a big question mark.
What I hear from a lot of European companies, and I hear from European governments as well, is look, the United States is pushing us. We need to get our act together. We want to see rapid deployment of clean technologies in Europe. That's in the world's interest, and that's why we're in dialogue on things like trying to land a critical minerals agreement.
There's every chance that at some point the EU and the US agree on some shared way to source minerals for the energy transition. But for now, the tensions are the fore, and they could get much worse.
It will create trade tension. It is already creating trade tension. We know that nobody can develop on its own, and we need this balance between openness and national development. So it's a very uncharted waters. Could be very dangerous. We are exactly in the format of the 1914s. More protectionism, more tension, more investment in military. That's not bode well.
You could imagine retaliation on one side leads to counter-retaliation globally in the context in which there's already very bad relations.
Imagine this lady is in office and then China retaliates for what we're doing with this whole goofy Inflation Reduction Act. Can this lady handle this? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness.
Between the Western powers and China and lead to a very dangerous downward spiral in trade and in international relations.
What this legislation is intending to do is to ensure that the United States keeps its commitment on climate, and it'll have a very substantial benefit to the global economy. Make no mistake about it, the investments in the United States driving down the price will help economies globally deploy at scale.
It's going to be a major challenge to get these factories built and running.
Construction groups think the sector needs to fill another 500,000 new jobs just in the next year alone. More laborers than the US actually has available. Quite how the administration fixed.
So you see what they're saying? So they want to go to this thing. They're spending trillions of dollars. They want to be super aggressive. They want to compete with China. They don't have the labor, y'all. They don't have the people. So I'm like, I also see what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have been allowing illegals to come in. And you know, in certain states, they fly them in. Okay, they've chartered planes to fly illegals in because I think they want to hire them in this because like the guy said, like it's a race, like it's a race for batteries, it's a race for renewable energy, like it's a race, and they need a cheap labor force to be able to make this thing be viable because they want to scale it. Because if you're not scaling it, you can't compete with China. But China, with 1 billion people, one thing China has is cheap labor. Right. And if a lot of Chinese don't want to work because China is so close to India, they could also import Indian workers from the village. So like China has an abundance of workers. Right. Whereas like here, the average American person they need to have a certain standard of living. Right. They're not going to agree to certain prices. But if you bring people here illegally, right, they'll most likely do it. So like if you knew that you didn't have enough people to work those jobs, why would you sign this? Why would you sign this act? And why would you commit so much money to it? Because they're going to import cheap labor from Latin America. And that's why they're giving them so much money. They're giving them so much subsidies. They know what they're doing. They really, really know what they're doing. And I'm like, you elect this lady, they're going to bring in more illegals because they need a cheap labor force. They want to compete with China. They can't say it out loud like, oh, yeah, we need cheap people to come here and be our slaves, right? But I'm like, they are competing with China. It's a low-key, like it's a war that has no name, that won't be spoken of. But like they're competing with China for resources, for labor, for production, because America is falling behind. Too many wars were fought. And there was not enough like looking forward to say, okay, like, do we really have to fight these wars? How else can we spend our money?
Is that problem is unknown. So what does the Biden administration do then? Does it soften the terms for local labor and so on? Does it start to turn a blind eye to the import of wafers from China for solar panels, for example?
I think this obsession we have to reduce dependence on China, again, can be understood, but cannot be an objective in itself. Sometimes nationalism is blurring the rational thinking.
Yeah, it really, I agree.
China remains the factory of the world for all these parts that will be critical in batteries and solar. China controls almost all of the anode.
So if you look at it, right? So China is in pink, the US is in blue, right? See? While America was busy fighting wars with the Iraq, killing all these poor people, wasting money in wars, then throwing bombs, right? Here's China. So batteries. Look how far China is. Okay, in 2030, they're still going to be way further. Like that means they're going to be further ahead. Wind right now, wind in 2030 is going to be pretty much the same. Solar, right now they dominate solar. In 2030, they're still going to dominate. Like America's only going to have this little chunk. So I'm like, is it even worth it to spend all your money on this stuff? Is it even worth it? What are you doing? And here's the rest of the world. So I'm like, the Chinese have won this fight. Oh my gosh, these people are smart. They are really, really smart.
The cathodes for batteries. It controls almost all of the lithium processing.
Wow.
It builds almost all of the wafers that are used in solar panels.
China will remain a dominant supplier to the US and everywhere else in many essential areas. It's really impossible to cut it out.
And at some point, I think the Biden administration will have to come to an answer about whether they prioritize the cutting of emissions and doing all this cheaply, which probably means more supplies from countries like China, or whether it really is about reindustrialization and the climate targets can be delayed.
We can't keep the 1.5 objective of global warming temperature as a limit if we don't do technological cooperation. We need Chinese capacity. If we operate in a very fluid economic environment without this trade tension, we will achieve the climate goal more quickly.
To create a transformation in the industrial system, you have to distort markets. One of the big challenges is that once you start doing that, you create political allies that want that distortion to continue. American producers of solar panels are more expensive than their overseas competitors. That, along with a bunch of supply chain issues, means that U.S. buyers of solar power are paying more money than their competitors overseas. That's, over the long term, not good for the green transition because it makes a very promising technology more expensive.
I think the Europeans relied on cheap fossil fuels, or at least lower priced fossil fuels from Russia. They regretted that at the end of the day after Russia violated international law and invaded Ukraine. This idea that cheapness is always...
You see how he lies? You guys went and triggered this man. So he responded. He didn't invade Ukraine. He responded, right? And I'm like, there's another reason why they wanted to start beef with Russia. That's another reason why they were antagonistic towards Russia, because they don't want him to sell his fossil fuel because it's a lot cheaper. They want to block Russia from trading with the rest of Europe so that once this technology is ready, American can sell it to these Europeans. I'm like, you're cheating. What are you doing? Now you see, like, I hope you guys get it, right? You get what I'm trying to say? The war, like the Ukraine, so, oh, Ukraine has to join NATO. Ukraine has to join NATO. No, Ukraine did not have to join NATO. Okay? The majority of these European countries in NATO are like, they don't even pay their bills. They owe us money. So what do? It's like they need people to buy it. But who has the money to buy it? It's either Europe or Latin America. So what do? You have to block Russia from selling cheap fossil fuel because fossil fuel is cheaper. Because right now, when it comes to Russia, Russia has fossil fuel, they have gas, and they have natural gas. And a lot of Europeans are buying their natural gas from Russia. There still are, even now with the war, they're still buying from Russia because where else are they going to get it? So even that is stupid. So you claim to be at war with Russia, but behind the scenes, they're all buying stuff from Russia. Like, you make no sense. Okay? But it's like, ultimately, we're going to waste time so that we can develop our stuff, get a lot stronger, and then we'll force the Europeans to buy from us. By the time they start buying from us, then we'll stop fighting Russia. But at that time, nobody wants their fossil fuel. But I'm like, people are always going to want fossil fuel. People are always going to want natural gas because it's cheaper. Why would anybody buy solar panels from America? Chinese can do it for like $200. You're going to sell yours for $2,000. They're not going to buy it. It doesn't make any sense to buy from America. You know? Like, this is insane. That's also real. Yeah. So I'm like, we are really in a war. Like, I mean, it's the new war now, right? It's the war that has no name, but we are in a war for energy with China. But I'm like, they won. Because we spent too many times in goofy wars. We were in Afghanistan. We were in Iraq, right? We were in Iraq, Afghanistan, messing out there with the oh my gosh, the Taliban. We were also outside that were involved in Ukraine. We're also involved in Israel, right? We're involved in things that are so distracting to us. We're not focused. And that's why all these goofy wars have to stop. You know, the Chinese, they don't go to war. They go around making loans to people. They make loans with crazy interest rates that they know people can afford. And like the guy said, they have secured the entire supply chain for lithium and cobalt. And that's why they have such dominance. Meanwhile, we wasted our money being bullies. And that's why I say, like, for me, I agree with Trump. Like, if you can fix a problem by calling somebody, call. Don't go to war because you need your money. Because everything is like everything, you're making a trade. If you go to war, that's money that could have been used for education. It's money that could have been used for hospitals. It's money you could have put into Medicare, Medicaid, right? It's money that you could have put into like transportation, right? Because nobody has a finite amount of money. Nobody has an infinite amount of money. So there's a cost to everything you do. Like the Chinese people, they're very focused on their vision. Like they want to conquer, they want to have access to all the resources, and they want to control those resources. So because of that, they can't afford to go to war with people. But America is always going to war with people. It's like, it's insane. So now you look up, you're like, oh my gosh. This whole lithium battery stuff, we're so far behind. So now you want to, because the private sector hasn't done it, you want to use the federal government and the power of the treasury to go do this. Like, oh, what, we wasted time, so let's throw money at this and hope it works. That's not how it goes. Exactly. I'm telling you why I feel like they're colonizing completely different. Chinese people, like the way they colonize is very different than the Anglo-Saxons and the French. Like, they're not trying to beat you up. They're not trying to get you to change your religion. They're not trying to get you to speak Mandarin. Okay, maybe they don't even want you to speak Mandarin, right? They're not trying to bully you. They want to give you loans. They come to you as a friend. Like, oh, no, I'm just here to help you. I see you need some money. I can have it to you by tomorrow. Here's the interest rate, though. But they know, like, you're not going to pay back. And I think like, in Uganda, they took the airport. because the president defaulted on the loan. He had like 10 or 16 years to pay it. And he kept asking for extension after extension. So they kept giving it to him. But eventually, like, okay, you don't have it, right? Cool. We're taking over at the airport. The same things happened with the port also in Kenya, the Mombasa port. They're going to take that over because they will default on the loan. So now they control the port. They can have as many boats as they want to come in there and take stuff. And you can't be mad. They gave you money. They didn't enslave you. They don't beat you up. They don't enslave you. They're not trying to force Buddhism on you. Like, nah, be you. Preach. Because once upon a time, Mongolia was that girl. Mongolia was that place. Yeah. You know? So it's like they're very, very different. Anglo-Saxons are very loud. They're bullies. They're very violent. Like, what the heck is this? Chinese, they have that Genghis Khan thing, but they also have that little Confucius thing, like the Buddhist thing. Like, oh, we come in peace. We come in peace. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. They don't speak loud. They don't get involved. They're like, I'm sure they feel some type of way, but like they say, take your pain in stride and stay focused. Like they're very, very focused. I'm like, I need to be focused too, huh? I need to start making videos every day. I'm trying to be like the Chinese. They're very, very focused. Like I want to say something, but I don't want to be offensive. But one of my friends, he made a joke one time, like not to be offensive, like you got a crack joke. People be taking stuff way too seriously. But he was like, Marlene, do you see how God gave Chinese people slanted eyes and see how far they see in life? He said, imagine if they had wider eyes like the rest of us. They would be completely unstoppable. I started laughing. I laughed so hard. It was too funny. Right? Because it's true. Their eyes are very slanted. But see how like they have such a big vision of the world. And I'm like, he's like, imagine if they had wider eyes like the rest of us. We would be completely like, he was like, oh, they would completely take over the world. I'm like, yep, they would. Because it's a people with a vision and they're very focused. Like maybe it's because of Buddhism. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe when you're a Buddhist, like maybe when you practice Buddhism, even though like you're mad, you learn how to control your emotions and like take that and like be really, really focused. I don't know. I need to look into that. Because it could be Buddhism though. Because like us, like we tend to be Christians, and that because of that, we're very, very emotional, you know, because we're so loud. Like when we pray, we're loud. When we worship, we're loud. When we dance, we're loud. Like we're always so loud. Whereas like Buddhist people, they're like, they get really, really quiet. They can sit still for hours. They can meditate for hours. They don't have to talk. Like it's really calm. Maybe I should start practicing that. Because it's crazy.
Best opens you up to economic security problems.
So in the next 20 to 30 years, we need to fully decarbonize. That's going to require a guide and a market guide from government and private investments to.
Why does it have to happen in the next 30 years though? Because y'all said so. They come up with these deadlines. Like, I don't know. It's like, it's given like COVID. Like they give themselves these crazy deadlines that they cannot meet. Why does it have to happen in 30 years? Why it can't be like over the next 100 years? Like, this is what we want to do. What's the rush?
That's what we see happening right now with the Inflation Reduction Act.
China is now the largest emitter in the world, almost double the size of the United States. The United States remains the world's historic largest emitter. We both have to do more. Competition can be healthy in this sector too. It can drive down costs. It can lead to innovation.
I think it's also important to realize that it was passed in the.
And you see how look, you see the Chinese president, President Pink. You see, he knows America wants to take him down. He knows, but you see how gracious he is. He's like, yeah, you want my ass, huh, bitch? You know what I'm saying? Look how like you would think that the man is his buddy. He knows damn well America wants to take his country down, right? But he's like,
remains the world's historic largest emitter. We both have to do more. Competition.
Look at this man. He's like, oh, yes. He's very docile. Every time I see President Ping, right, he reminds me of a panda. No offense. Don't be offended. Okay? Right? But I'm like, she said because the devil is coming back. I'm like, why does it have to happen in 30 years? Like, what's the rush, right? But I'm like, every time I see President Xi Jinping, I'm like, he always looks like a little panda. He looks so innocent. Like, he looks so sweet. Like, hey, like a grandpa. He's a little chubby, right? This man is so dangerous. He's a Gemini, just like Trump, right? I'm like, yeah. But you'll see he'll be nice to Joe Biden. He's going to hold his hand. He's going to smile like, yes, yes, let's work together. Of course. You know, and I even feel like even Black people too, like we have to learn to like protest and like ask for stuff differently. We're too loud. We're too loud. We're too aggressive. We're too like adversarial. Maybe we should start smiling more. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, China, the Chinese got a lot out of America. And they always act so submissive. And the whole time, they're going to do what they want to do. They're like, yes, sure, yes, yes. We're going to reduce our CO2 emissions. Of course, yes, yes, yes. As soon as you leave, they're going to do what they want to do. Like, we have to learn. Like, we got to learn to become more strategic. Like, even myself included. Like, we have to learn. Like, you have to fool people. Don't let them see you coming. But I'm like, he reminds me of a panda. Every time I see him, I'm like, he looks like a panda. But he's so dangerous.
It can be healthy in this sector, too. It can drive down costs. It can lead to innovation.
I think it's also important to realize that it was passed in the follow-up of the pandemic, in which supply chains around the world were completely strained. Our supply chains here in the United States are going to be as low carbon as it gets because we're getting our polysilicon from a facility in Washington State, which has a high degree of hydropower that's powering its grid, meaning that the embedded carbon in the products that we produce here will also be lower.
There are big questions about how the IRA will impact the global South. The understandable complaint from emerging markets is, hey, Western world, you had your fun. You know, you had 100 years of polluting. And now you want to change everything, and we have to pay the price, even though we don't get the same level of development. And that's a very legitimate criticism.
There are countries like Chile, which was a leader in green hydrogen or was poised to become a leader in green hydrogen. Chile can't afford the subsidies that the US has, so its natural advantage of abundant renewable energy has been wiped out.
US, like Europe and others, have to buy a lot of critical materials that for the moment are mostly controlled by China. It's not possible just to consider only the national interest and not the necessity for developing countries to, develop their own industry. And that's a new model we have to invent. If not, we will have a lot of tension and a lot of blockage and a lot of competition from China or others. And I don't think we necessarily will win this competition.
You could imagine the US and Europe bringing countries in Africa and Latin America into a sort of new trade paradigm where they say, hey, we will help fund some of the clean transition in exchange for guarantees of critical minerals. That's what the IRA does. It says fundamentally we are going to need some politics, some statecraft as part of the climate transition, and we're not going to be able to just come up with a carbon price and expect the global South to pay for it.
The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat.
One of the other really fascinating features of the investment that we are seeing since the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS Act is that 80% of the money is going to Republican districts.
It is very ironic when Republicans didn't support the IRA and few Republicans supported the CHIPS Act.
Maybe not so good news for the Democrats if they can't take the credit for creating those jobs.
The so-called Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster, a death sentence.
It's possible that you could see in 2024 a re-election of Donald Trump. And at that point, I think all bets would be off.
One of the really important features of the Inflation Reduction Act, according to developers and their lawyers, when they look at the fine print, is that the tax credits are embedded in the legislation for 10 years. Quite how a future Republican government could unpick them is yet to be seen.
Will all of it stay? Probably not. Will there be a big effort by a second Trump administration to roll back a lot of regulation, put judges in place that don't want the administrative state to have so much power? Absolutely. So there's going to be a lot of chaos.
But the president is the president. And if you saw someone like Trump come in and simply just use all the tools of the executive office to make it very difficult to get things done, then yeah, I think that would be a real headwind.
when the Affordable Care Act originally passed.
You see how those who are scared of Trump coming in and changing the way they're making money and getting all these tax credits, right? They also will be interested in like investing in Kamala Harris, right? Investing in disinformation, investing in Trump is a racist campaign, because a lot of people don't want him there. And there's no other way to keep him away than to say, oh my gosh, he's a racist. Oh my gosh, he hates women, right? And they get you to believe that. And then you go ahead and you fight against Trump. And the whole time you are fighting against somebody that will actually do good for you. Like, it's all, I'm like, this thing right here, it's like, I feel like politics, the one thing I've realized about politics, like this whole Biden and Kamala Harris stuff, is the amount of misinformation that's out there intentionally. Like, they intentionally spread misinformation. They intentionally distract people. They intentionally play with you to get you to make the wrong call. Because the whole time they have to control you, because they're not done making all the money yet. Like, y'all gotta go. Nobody asked for this.
It was unpopular. As people understood that Obamacare was really delivering, it became popular. And I think that'll happen with regard to these investments when the jobs are created, when steel's in the ground.
The Inflation Reduction Act has put a line in the sand with a post-neoliberal politics in which the market doesn't always know best. There comes a time when the government has a role to play in ensuring public goods, like dealing with global warming.
They're big challenges. I won't kid you. We've got permitting challenges. We've got supply chain challenges.
My thing is, if you want to do global warming, if you want to focus on global warming as a precedent, you have to let that be known, okay? If she wants to focus on global warming, she needs to let that be known. Don't tell people that you are for fracking when, in all honesty, you want to focus on global warming that nobody even asked for. Somehow the temperature of the earth should not go up above like an extra 2 degrees Celsius. Like, okay, sure. If it goes to 2.1 or 2.5, what's going to happen? We're going to die. So if we're going to die regardless, then we might as well have fun then. I'm just saying, like, it sounds crazy to me, right? Be upfront with people to what you're about to do. But don't pretend that you're for fracking if you know that deep down you want to do solar panels. And tell people how much it's going to cost. And tell the people how much of their tax money you are committing to doing your little goofy solar panels. Because they need to know. But I'm like, $1 trillion, though, for me, it's excessive. It's excessive.
Interest rate challenges. We're investing in this country. We're building things again that will deal with the environmental consequences of generations of over-reliance on fossil fuels.
It won't go close to actually achieving net zero globally. Much of the other things that are needed are going to be far more politically difficult than this.
There is nobody operating in the clean energy sector or in the semiconductor sector who thinks that the US can do it alone. Nobody. America does not have all of the means to control all of the supply chains for the clean energy revolution, period.
It will be seen as revolutionary in the general view we have of what the Western world thinks the right way of doing economic policy is. The Americans, real advocates of free markets and free trade, have said, we are going to do it in a different way. I don't think that can happen in the US without changing everything. America has been the exemplar and the shaper of the world order ever since the Second World War. We thought we were in the era of free market globalization, and now we're not.
I think, like, when you look at history also, I think most empires, like, they stay up for like 100 years and then they come down. Because World War II was like when, like, it ended like what, like 1945, right? So maybe America probably still has like another 20 years in the tank. And China will take over, but it's usually 100 years, if I'm not mistaken. and then somebody else comes around, because it's like it's always something new. Like every 100 years, like you have a new superpower. But America's on the decline, though. She truly is. Let me play that.
Here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you represent.
He likes to speak like Obama this one. I don't even know why.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? All right. Y'all look so good out there. Here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you represent one of 750,000 proud members of organized labor. And it's not just the folks who are working every day in our unions. It's the proud and rich tradition here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That rich tradition where organized labor not only built this Commonwealth, but they built this country. They sure did. And we are blessed today to have a whole lot of labor leaders from all across this country. And you're going to hear from many of them. But I got to give a shout out to our local guy, the guy who opened the doors, the guy who keeps the power on, IBW Local 5's leader, Tommy McIntyre. Whoa! Let's hear it for Tommy. That's right. Tommy's wife is here, so I'm glad she could hear that. And we're thankful for Tommy. We're thankful for the leader of organized labor here in Allegheny County, Darren Kelly. Thank you, Darren. Greg Bernarding, the leader of our building trades, is in the house. And let me say thank you to Angela Farida, who leads the AFL-CIO all across Pennsylvania. Listen, I could not be more proud to be your governor. I'm going to be your governor for a long time, by the way. And you know, here in Pennsylvania, we lead with 3 simple letters, GSD. We focus on getting shit done every single day. And you've been our partners in that. My first day in office, we signed an executive order saying 92%, over 66,000 of our state government jobs no longer require a college degree. I'm going to tell you why we did that. Because here in Pennsylvania, we value skills, we value experience, and we value the know-how that you bring to work every single day. It's about respect for our fellow Pennsylvanians.
You see, when they say things like that, to me, I think it's really silly. So you have 66,000 jobs. They no longer require high school, like they don't require a degree. Okay. But are people getting hired though? So out of those 660,000 jobs, how many of them are still vacant? Like they just like to say things to get people hyped up, and nobody checks those things. Like okay, you have 60,000 jobs. You no longer require a college degree for that because you value experience. Okay, so out of those 60,000 jobs, how many of them are still vacant? 59,000. Like, make it make sense. Like, even I'm like, you still need people to know how to write though. Like, people should still know how to write. They should still know how to compose an email. Like, act like education doesn't matter. Like, job, please. You make those sense.
That's why we've also invested tens of millions of dollars in VOTEC and pre-apprenticeship programs and apprenticeship programs to put people to work again. Because hear me on this. You want to be a laborer or a lawyer, we respect both pathways to opportunity here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And listen,
exactly.
We've been out there working with you as you have helped build our roads and bridges, as our teachers have taught our children now, by the way, with a stipend in their pocket for our student teachers. We've made clear that if you're doing a big old project in Pennsylvania, you're going to do it with a PLA now in our Commonwealth. You're running our buses. You're patrolling our streets. You're helping keep people healthy. You, the people of organized labor, are making our Commonwealth move forward every day, and I am so damn proud of you.
And in return, they're getting screwed. Child. Yeah, they're full of it. I'm like, he's saying these things. Oh, we have 60,000 jobs and we are no longer requiring a college degree. Okay, no problem. How many of these jobs are still vacant? Because you can say a whole lot of things, right? But are you actually hiring people? Most likely not. Oh, please. Like, go somewhere.
I'll tell you what else you're doing. You're getting lead out of the drinking lines in communities like Esplin. You're making sure that our roads and our bridges get repaired, that our rural neighbors finally have access to high-speed internet to get health care and education and economic opportunity. And listen, none of those things are possible without the leadership of President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Wow.
They are.
Exactly. I'm like this. Like when I was younger, I used to fall for this stuff. Now that I'm older, anybody who comes with like joy, or like hype and lots of music, I'm like, yeah, you about to screw me over, aren't you? You're too hype for me. Like I'm scared. Yeah, they do. I'm like, okay, but they still have to know how to write. They still have to know how to compose an email. They still have to know how to conduct themselves. I'm like, it's not enough to have work skills, but you also need to have written skills too, right? Because when you have a corporate job or a public servant job, there's a lot of communication, and you have to know how to talk to people. Exactly. Like, so like it makes no sense. They think they're so smart. They think everybody's so stupid. He sure did have an idea of this one. He's a radical. Okay? I'm like, please. He's insane.
Are true partners here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And hear me on this. The president and the vice president, they give a damn about us. They care about our future. Hell, I think Joe Biden has been in this House of Labor like 300 times as president. And we are so psyched to have Vice President Kamala Harris here with us today. And they have been with us. They have been with us in times of tragedy and in times of triumph. When Fern Hollow Bridge went down, it was President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris who made sure with the hands of labor we got that rebuilt. And on the other side of the state, don't worry, I'm not making an Eagles reference in this room. I'm not that stupid. But on the other side of the state, when I-95 collapsed, it was President Biden, it was Vice President Harris, and it was the hands of labor that rebuilt that road in just 12 days. They have been there for us.
And there's a reason why they did that, because you're a swing state. Like, it's not out the kindness of the heart. Like, what the heck?
And listen, you all know President Biden has delivered for us over and over and over again. And here's what I want you to know about Vice President Harris. She don't let anybody mess with workers here in Pennsylvania or anywhere in the country. She's taken on those who would take advantage of workers. She's put them behind bars. She stood up to the bullies, and she has always won for us. That's Vice President Kamala Harris. And I want you to hear me on this. Under President Biden's leadership, this nation is producing more energy than ever before, and we are leading the nation when it comes to clean energy development and putting people to work in the energy sector here in the Commonwealth.
Look at these people clapping when clean energy goes against what they do in their state. People are just so stupid. People hate themselves. People hate their self-interest. Clean energy gonna put you out of a job, and they stand behind this man clapping. What is wrong with these people?
Now, I need you to hear me on this. Vice President Harris will continue to make sure we are competitive on energy, put more people to work, and help see through that Pennsylvania is the leader on energy for decades to come. She's got our back. President Biden and Vice President Harris have been there for us. They've literally put themselves out there for us. And so I'm here today to ask you, as your governor, as a fellow proud Pennsylvanian here in this House of Labor, do we have it in us to do what we need to do to be for them over these next 65 days? Can we do that together? We got to do the work. We got to do the work. We're in the red zone. We got a couple yards to go, and this is when it gets tough. This is when it gets hard. This is when you labor leaders, y'all got to go knock on your colleagues' doors. You got to text them. You got to call them, and you got to say, I know Joe Biden. I know Kamala Harris. I trust our governor. I'm going to be there for them, and we're going to make sure they get elected and they can lead us forward and help make Pennsylvania even stronger. Now, the president and the vice president will tell you this. This is a team sport, and we only get there if we return our senior senator, Bob Casey, to the U.S. Senate to keep fighting for it. Now listen, a whole lot of folks come walk into a labor hall like this. They enjoy seeing you when you're at home, and then they get into all those fancy schmancy halls in the Capitol in D.C., and they forget where they came from. They forget their values. Bob Casey never forgets where he comes from. He never forgets these houses of labor that send him to Washington. Let's send Bob Casey back to lead us. He's one of us. And when he's there, he's going to need a Democratic U.S. House. Let's reelect Chris DeLuzio and make sure we've got a Democratic House. And I'm just going to say, here's what I need from you. Y'all were so good to me a year and a half ago. I need you to help keep Joanna McClinton and Matt Bradford in the majority in the State House of Representatives. And then I want all of you in January to come with me when we swear in Jay Costa as the leader of the state Senate, the next president pro tem. We can do this together. Gang, we know how to win when it's on the line. We know what is at stake. It's your jobs. It's your livelihoods. It's food on the table. It's that hunt and fishing trip with your families and the people who can lead us forward. The folks who need our help right now, the people who are going to be there for us, are the next president and vice president of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. Are you with me? Pennsylvania, we got work to do. Let's do it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Thank you. Well, I've celebrated many Labor Days in Pittsburgh. And it's always good to be back with so many great friends. Many of whom flew with me on Air Force One today represent the unit that's been with me since the beginning of my career. They're not that old, but since I was a 29-year-old kid. I want to thank Liz Schuler, the AFL-CIO, and Kenny at the IBEW for that strong endorsement. By the way, we have an expression in Delaware. IBEW, when I ran for president, they're the ones that brung me to the dance starting off. Not a joke. And Dave McCall, the steelworkers. Dave, in 1972, steelworkers were the first union to endorse a 29-year-old kid named Joe Biden who wasn't old enough to be senator when he got elected. It mattered. A guy named Huey Carcella was the district president because we used to have one of the largest labor forces in Claymont, Delaware, and North, over 4,000 workers. And it was, anyway, it all went south. But Huey went to the national president, I.W. Abel, and he said he wanted me to get endorsed. Everybody thought it was crazy. I literally wasn't old enough to be sworn in the day I got elected. But guess what? President Abel stuck with me. And they got stuck with me for the rest of my career. Eric Dean of the Ironworkers, Tim Driscoll of Bricklayers, April Bell of the SEIU, Lee Saunders of AFSCME, a great friend. Where are you, Lee? And Jimmy Williams of the Painters Allied Trades and his dad. His dad is a really good man. Mike Coleman, a sheet metal worker. We also got some of the best elected officials in America. Governor Josh Shapiro is doing an incredible job. The great Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis. And one of America's best words, Ed Gainey. Ed, you're doing a hell of a job. And Sarah Namato, county executive. I think it's the hardest job in American politics. Everybody knows where you live and they think you can solve all the problems. You don't have enough money. But I tell you one thing, I'm the first president ever. I used to be a county official when I was 26 years old. And it always bothered me that the federal government would send money to the state to be distributed to the county. What the hell is the state going to send to the county for? All the state reps need the money. But guess what? Under my administration, it goes straight to the county. One of my best friends, my name's Joe Biden. I'm from Scranton, Pennsylvania. Bobby Casey's been a great friend. His dad was a great friend as well. And by the way, we grew up 3 blocks from one another, 3 blocks. And they still worry about us by showing up. And guess what? I was on North Washington Avenue. He was in Adams. Guess what? They've renamed North Washington Avenue down where I live, Biden Way. Worth the effort. Bob will make sure you get reelected again. And while we couldn't be here, I want to thank his partner in the Senate, John Fetterman. But if you're in a foxhole, you want Fetterman in there with you. He couldn't be here today, but guess what? He sent the best part of the family, Giselle. She's here. Let me just say, it means so much to be with a true friend, the Vice President and the next great President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris. Look, folks, I come from two neighborhoods where it's not hard to say the word union. But you know what? The fact of the matter is, an awful lot of politicians have a trouble saying union. They got working people. Guess what? I'm not one of them, neither is Kamala. We know the simple truth. Wall Street did not build America. The middle class built America, and unions built the middle class. That's a fact. And by the way, that is not a slogan, that's a fact. I asked the Treasury Department to do a study, and it shows that when unions do well, all workers in America do better. That's a fact. That's a fact. It's the biggest reason why our economy is the strongest economy in the world today, without question, because of unions. You know, my dad, like many of his generation, going into World War II, wasn't able to go to college. My dad was a really well-read guy, and he was always engaged. And he'd come home from work before he'd go back, close up the shop, and for dinner. And the dinner was a place where we had discussions and incidentally ate. You know, my dad taught me. My dad would say this all the time. Remember, Joey, a job, and I give you my word to this, a job is about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about the community. It's about your place in the community. And it's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. Well, that's why. That's why Kamala and I are so proud. So proud of the greatest job creation record of any president in a single term in American history. $16 million new jobs so far. 800,000 manufacturing jobs. Eight years ago, how many times you hear about we can no longer be the manufacturing capital of the world? Where the hell is that written? We are the greatest manufacturing city, county in the world, state in the world, city in the world. We're going to remain.
This man, he spent the majority of his time standing up there talking about himself, how they named the street after him. This, oh, it's Wall Street. Like, and this is what they do every time they go with like to blue collar places, right? They always tell people, oh, you know, Wall Street is evil. Wall Street is against you. We're going to fight against Wall Street. We're going to come together, fight against Wall Street. They get in there. They give all the money to Wall Street. Like, I'm like, who's going to have this type of power and get around bankers and not going to try to be friends with them banker people? This Joe Biden right here was responsible for the $800 billion stimulus that was given to the banks when him and Obama were in power. $800 billion. He gave $800 billion. Obama was campaigning in 2008 telling people not to vote for Senator McCain because he wanted to give out $300 billion. He said, oh, that's too much. Only for Obama to get in there and give $800 billion. And this dude right here was responsible. He's also responsible for the war in Iraq. He was like, yeah, go to war, get a war, get a war. You see how that a lot of people, they have a bill for these people that's stuck. It passed the House. It never made it to Senate. Why did he make a phone call? Why didn't he talk to Nancy Pelosi? Why didn't he talk to Chuck Schumer? Why didn't he talk to Fetterman to make sure it would go through? And also, as a Democrat, he ain't got no friends that are Republicans that can also help the bill to pass through Senate because he didn't want to pass it. Right? The guy Shapiro, he talks about he's so proud to be from Pennsylvania. Then why didn't you serve in the U.S. military? Why did you go serve for the Israel? Make it make sense. To just sit there and just lie to people. And all these people who are there, I mean, maybe they were paid actors, I don't know. But my thing is like, I hope they go home and actually fact check these people. Because your life and your jobs are on the line. How can you say you're going to do green energy and at the same time keep manufacturing jobs that involve like fracking and stuff like that? Because they create a lot of CO2 emission. Y'all gonna lose your job. Okay. Sean said, what? Hold on. What did Sean say? Sean said you should do an assessment of Trump speeches at some point. I don't know if I would do an assessment of a Trump speech because I feel like the media always talks about Trump anyways, right? Nobody talks about Kamala. Like you got to come to social media if people talk about Kamala Harris, right? So I feel like when it comes to Trump, people who don't want to like Trump or want to hate Trump, there's so much content on MSNBC, on CNN, on ABC. Who else? Like they're like, you know, the majority of mainstream media is against Trump. Right? The majority of media is against Trump. If you wherever you go, it's like, oh my gosh, I want to vote for Trump. Oh my gosh, I hate Trump. I hate Trump. Right? That's all they do. They lie all the time. But when these Democrats are out here lying, who's fact checking what they're saying? Nobody really. Even people who make videos about Kamala Harris, they're like, oh, she's trying to pander to black people, she's changing her accent, or they make fun about the collard green stuff, right? But I'm like, people really need to go in there and really expose lie by lie, policy by policy, right? She like all the time she was the breakout vote as a senator and how she voted. That needs to be talked about. That needs to be talked about. You know, because people are not really exposing this lady. She needs to be talked about. Because why is she so protected? Why is she so protected? Why are they giving everything away? Like, why are they pretty much giving her everything for free? For what? What has she done to deserve this honor? I would like to know. Trump is extremely scrutinized. Trump is always in court for some BS. Meanwhile, these people are setting cluster bombs to Israel to kill children, and they're not facing any trials. They're not going to face any like war crimes. This is crazy. This is crazy. So no, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think Trump is good. Child, I told them to leave polygamy out there, child. Yeah. Okay. But I'm like, they're like, are they fact checking this man? But to stand up there and to make it all about you, oh, I was 29 when I started. They named a street after me. You know, this is why. I'm like, what? You did nothing for these people. The people who flew, he said, oh, that some people flew with him on Air Force One, right? These are the leaders of the labor union. Are the regular people, are the regular worker people get to fly Air Force One? No. And those people who flew Air Force One with you because they gave $25 million towards your campaign. You're not doing anything for free. So don't sit here and act like you care about these people. Or talk about your dad who was poor. Michelle Obama did the same thing. Like, oh, my daddy told me to be very careful of people who have lots of money. Well, I guess, well, that's you too then, huh? She has 3 houses, you guys. 3 houses. She has a house in Hawaii. She has a house in Martha's Vineyard. And she has a house somewhere in D.C. Multi-million-dollar homes. So, like, well, I guess your dad would tell you to be very suspicious of yourself. How you make all this money? Michelle Obama charges $800,000 for a speech. Like when you have her come outside, it's costing $800,000. I'm like, for what? Why is she getting paid so much money? Right? But she wants to tell people to be careful, rich people. If she's not rich herself, she's mega rich. That lady's worth $100 million. They always like they play on poor people. Oh, we're gonna go against you. We're gonna fight Wall Street together. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. No, you're not. You've had plenty of chances. You had 36 years in the House. You had 36 years as a senator, right? What exactly did you do? You had 8 years as a vice president, 4 years as a president. What exactly did you do for those people? Right? Ben Shapiro's like, oh, they fixed our bridge in 12 days. Yes, because Pennsylvania is a swing state. So, of course, if you are not a swing state, you'd be out here suffering because Pete Buttigieg is busy wasting money. So they're not doing things out of the kindness of your heart. Like, of their heart, oh my gosh, let's go Pennsylvania, let's go help them. No, you are a swing state. So they have to take extra care of y'all because they knew 4 years later, they will come to, okay, you know how I did this for you last time? Now it's time for you to go vote for me. I think from what I've seen, like, because they were saying that her dad had denounced her, right? So also, if he didn't denounce her as well, it could be because he's a Marxist. So if she's seen taking pictures with her dad, the people might freak out. Like, is her dad going to influence her as a president, right? So maybe that's why her dad can get close to her, you know? Yeah, they love that crap. Like, oh yeah. Once upon a time, I was poor too. Like, when was the last time you were poor? When was the last time you were broke? Like Joe Biden has a net worth of $10 million. Right? Kamala Harris, if she gets to be president, once she's out the office, whether she does a good job or not, they'll pay her like $700,000, $800,000, $1 million just to speak at whatever type of event. Like that'll be her booking fee. Will be $1 million. Exactly. This is what they're playing with people. So it shows you they have the power. And this is why I tell y'all, when it comes to January 6 people, the more I think about it, the more I relate to them. Because these politicians need to get their asses whooped. Because like they can do things, but they have you struggling until it's election time. And then they start doing nice things for you because now they want you to go vote for them. And as soon as they get your vote, it's right back to abandoning you and like neglecting you all over again. Enough is enough. So I'm like, January 6 people, yeah, I can relate to them and I hope they get released. I really do. Because no government should ever be that big and no politician should ever feel like they cannot be touched. But I'm like, Pete Buttigieg, he had $8 billion to build these charging stations. He only built 7 charging stations with $8 billion and he's not going to face any jail time, nothing. Nope, nothing. But they want you to focus on, they're going to make a whole news about what Trump is doing on TikTok. I'm like, how is this even news though? TikTok though? You out here policing his TikTok? Do y'all not have anything better to do? No, they don't. Because if the mainstream media actually starts doing its job, people are not going to like these people. And since a lot of people in mainstream media are Zionist Jews, also, a lot of them are Jews, right? Even her husband's a Jew. They're all Zionists. They want her to win because they want her to keep supplying Israel. Like even her husband, I'm sure her husband also wants her to keep supplying Israel, right? Because a vote for Kamala Harris is also a vote for her husband. You're not just voting for this lady, you're also voting for her husband. So if she goes to bed with a Zionist man every night, what's going to motivate her to like want to stop this freaking genocide? It makes no sense to me. Like you sending clusters to Israel so they can bomb these people and bomb hospitals and you sleep with yourself at night. But when JD Vance talks about the cat ladies, y'all lose, like they lose the, oh my gosh, he spoke about cat ladies. Yeah, she's dropping bombs on children. Why don't you make that the trending topic tonight? They won't because they're protecting her. Because the majority of people on CNN, et cetera, the majority of them are Jews. Like they're all Jewish people. And they hate Palestinians. They want them all dead.
In that way. Now, I'll tell you something. Kamala and I are damn proud that we protected the pensions of over 1 million workers and retirees. Remember all those years of promise we're going to do something about it? Well, damn it, we finally did with the Butch-Lewis Act.
How many jobs are out there with the pensions? Right? You protected 1 million. It's still underfunded. What are you talking about? Right? Those pensions are underfunded by $757 billion. So what exactly did you do again? What exactly did you do? People are still going to retire and only get 42 cents on the dollar. And you're standing there just lying to them. Like you're about to meet God soon. Like, why are you still lying at your big age?
Over 52,000 workers and retirees across Pennsylvania alone are benefiting from that. Not only did we restore the full amount.
No, you did not.
We got them their back pay as well.
You are lying.
We made them whole again.
Yeah.
As everyone said to Barack, that's a big deal. Yeah, that's a long story. Yes, sir, Liz and Kenny described another big deal. Union workers are rebuilding American infrastructure and building new factories here in America.
Where?
They told me we couldn't get anything done in infrastructure. $1.2 trillion we got done. Remember Trump for 4 years promised every month infrastructure week. For 4 years he promised that. He didn't build a damn thing. Nothing. I mean, not nothing. Well, thanks to our infrastructure law, Pennsylvania so far has received $17 billion. $17 billion. Over 2,000 projects, from clean water to affordable high-speed internet for every Pennsylvanian.
Where can we see this? Where can we see this? He's just saying things. Where can we see what he's talking about? Where can we see this? I'm gonna look it up later. I want to see how he said he gave them 17 billion. I want to see it.
The projects that include $858 million to expand the Montgomery Lock better to accommodate bigger barges to get millions of tons of goods and shelves faster, more reliable, and create thousands of union jobs. I was working on the Great Lakes and I got a call from Bobbitt, from Senator Casey. He's been no bigger champion than Casey for this. You know what I call him? I call him the Casey Locks. Not Goldilocks, the Casey Locks. Bobby's also a champion of Pennsylvania's energy communities. We passed what's called the Casey Credit, available to 45 Pennsylvania counties where energy jobs such as coal mining had been before and disappeared before we came to office. The Casey Credit provides major incentives for companies to build new battery factories, wind turbines, and more, create high-paying jobs in those coal and natural gas communities. And on top of that, there's over $4 billion in private companies have committed to invest in clean energy and advanced manufacturing here in Pennsylvania. $4 billion. And guess what? With your support, I signed an executive order to make sure large federal construction projects all use project labor agreements.
How do you look at it? Well, they love to blame Trump for everything. I'm also going to look up like what happened with the infrastructure under Trump also, because these people can't be trusted. They can't be trusted. Because the mere fact that it took Trump to increase the child tax credit from 1,000 to 2,000, and then he wanted to increase his to 3,600, but he only did it for a year, lets me know he's full of it. He does nothing for the regular people. He doesn't.
Folks at home who maybe watch this and tell them know what a project labor agreement is. It's when contractors, subcontractors, and unions put in place before construction begins what the rules are, before it begins. These agreements make sure construction is top-notch, on time, on task, and by the way, on budget. There's another big deal. Buy American. That's been the law since 1930. I got to admit, I've been around, I'm only 40, but I've been around a long time. But I, quite frankly, until 10 years ago, wasn't aware. You know, back in the 30s, when they were trying to make sure unions could organize and business couldn't interfere, the law was passed that said every penny the president gets from the Senate, the House, and Congress to spend on a project, he should hire an American worker and use an American product. But past administration, seriously, past administration, including my predecessor, failed to buy America. They shipped jobs overseas where labor was cheaper and brought home the product that was more expensive. But not anymore. Federal projects build American roads, bridges, highways, and they'll be made with American products by American workers. That's why. That's why we're creating all these. I'm serious. It's simple and basic. That's why we're creating so many good paying jobs. In fact, we're requiring those kinds of.
He's saying that Trump took jobs overseas. Trump took jobs overseas, and then Trump bought stuff like expensive. Child, if you never heard of Temu, he just lies because nobody fact checks him. And they know they have the media in their pockets. Nobody fact checks these people. They just say all kinds of random stuff, right? They're like, yeah. If he didn't do something, he'll say it was Trump. when he does something, it wasn't Trump. Like this man is in office. And like, for example, she was saying like, oh, Trump called the people, like all his Senate buddies, and he had him stop the bill. And I'm like, he's not president. So you mean to tell me from outside the White House, he's able to influence the Senate? Then obviously he should be president then. So you can't make a call and get things in order? Right? Like Trump is the boogeyman. When they can't do something, oh my gosh, Trump did this. Trump called his friends. Trump did this. Trump, like little kids, right? When they do something, oh, it was me. It was me. Like they pick and choose. It's like, oh, they're a mess. They're seriously a mess. We saw Trump sit here and force these car companies to come build their cars here in America. Like, what are you even talking about?
Projects to pay Davis Bacon prevailing wages so their jobs they can raise a family on. Many of those jobs don't require a college degree. In fact, we expanded registered apprenticeships. Remember all the hell I got for doing that? We got for doing that? Well, guess what? Resulted in hiring over 1 million apprentices since we came to office. And lots of folks don't realize getting an apprenticeship is like getting a college degree. Why? You have to train for 4 or 5 years to get that. And some of the best workers in the world are right where we are. You know. When you're in Pittsburgh, you're standing with steel workers. Let's be clear. I believe in American steel companies. American-owned and operated steel companies. A simple reason. Not hyperbole. American steelworkers are the best steelworkers in the world. And I made it clear last time I was in Pittsburgh, United States Steel, an iconic American company for more than a century, is going to remain an American company. Remember as a young senator why the National Labor Relations Board was sometimes so anti-labor. It was set up to help labor, to be pro-labor. Well, guess what? That's why one of the most significant things we've done, Kamala and I, is appointing a National Labor Relations Board that actually believes in unions and believes in recognizing the right to work. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Remember,
I'm gonna stop his lies right there. He needs to stop lying for a little bit. Okay, so here's what I found, right? Here is what I found earlier. Hold on. Here's what I found. As part of their effort to court blue-collar voters, Vice President Kamala Harris and her running mate Minnesota Governor Tim Walz recently spoke to a Detroit area group of United Auto Workers union members. Their attempts to rhetorically appeal to a working-class audience fall flat. However, when considered in light of their policies, indeed, despite Harris is chairing the Biden-Harris White House Task Force on Worker Organizing and Empowerment and Walz membership in the National Education Association, the policies that this radical duo have enacted stack the deck against blue-collar workers. Let's see how. Let us see how. Okay. Let's first begin with the Biden-Harris administration multi-front assault against apprenticeship programs. Apprenticeships are a great way for people to learn the skills they need for a successful career while getting paid instead of paying for a college degree. But there simply aren't enough apprenticeships. And yet, Biden and Harris administration has been shutting down. Did you not say he created some? Okay. Shutting down apprenticeships while massively increasing taxpayer subsidies for college education, including forcing blue-collar workers to pay for white-collar workers' college degrees. I'm talking about that part, huh? 1 month after taking office, the Biden-Harris administration canceled new industry-recognized apprenticeship programs that were training people in high-demand area like nursing and technology, which now face significant workforce shortages, okay? Next, the Biden-Harris administration cracked down on existing registered apprenticeship programs with hundreds of pages and proposed regulation that will prevent new apprenticeship from starting and will cause many existing programs to close their doors. Those regulations include eliminating apprenticeships that can be completed in a year or less, and those that are based completion on participants' competency. Okay. These actions made it harder for blue-collar industries to fill existing workforce shortages, to expand to provide new opportunities. The construction sector, for example, has a workforce shortage of more than 500,000 workers, but the existing government-registered apprenticeships only graduate between 40,000 and 45,000 construction workers per year, right? So now you know why they want to have so many people come from Latin America. What is this? Okay. Now you know, now you see, like they're full of it. And I want nobody fact checks what these people talk about. They just stand up there, just say all these things. They say all these big numbers, right? $800 million, $5 trillion. It's like The Price is Right. Like, what's it called? Yeah. It's like a game show. $20 million, $100 billion, $17 billion. Like, yeah. But I'm like, you also gotta stop being dumb though. When you drive through your neighborhood, when you drive through your city and your town every day, every week, do you see that money? Does it show? Does it look like there's money being invested? Does it show? Can you see it? Do you see it or you don't see it? Like, it's sad. People are just so damn gullible. Like, you have to fact check what these people are saying.
We have short memories. I'm all for forgiveness. I'm not for this. Trump appointed union busters on that board. No, that's a fact. But it's real. It affects people's lives. We're going to let that son of a gun do that again?
Yeah, right. Okay. So here is what's it called? This is the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, right? That he also promised people that he was going to have it passed when he was running for office, right? And so since 2021, oh yeah, see? It passed the House March 9th, 2021. So almost over 3 years ago, 3 years and some months, right? This thing passed, the bill passed through the House. It died in the Senate. And he did nothing about it. Right? But he's like, even right now as we speak, right? The Democrats have the House and the Democrats have the Senate, right? So why isn't this bill passing through? But once again, tell people it's Trump. Like, it's always Trump. Trump is the boogeyman, right? Trump did this. Trump did this. No, this bill passed in the House. It passed in the House. Currently, you have the entire Congress is run by Democrats, right? They have the majority. So why isn't this bill passed? Sit here just lying to people. It's so shameful. Here, I'll put the Let me put these links right here. So later on, you guys can also go and read for yourselves.
Folks, we made a lot of progress, and Kamala and I are going to build on that progress, and she's going to build on it.
No, she's not.
I'll be on the sidelines, but I'll do everything I can to help. But look, I'm not joking when I say, this is not a joke. When I said this when I was running in 2020, a lot of people didn't believe me. You did, but didn't believe me. It's all at risk because of Donald Trump, literally.
Of course.
With a stroke of the pen, he can get rid of a lot of this. And do you think this guy gives a damn about your pensions? No, I'm serious. Do you think he loses even an instant of sleep over it?
Yeah, you were in Congress for 36 years. What exactly did you do for them people's pension that now is only worth 42 cents on the dollar? You care so much. What have you done? Exactly. What have you done? Okay. You care so much. What have you done? 36 years in Congress, 8 years as vice president, 4 years as president. You've had over 50 years in Washington, 50 years of power. What have you done? Trump's only been president for 4 years. And yet people have more expectations for Trump than a career politician. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Right? Make it make sense. You've been there for 36 years in the House, in the Senate. Actually, no, he's not. He's a senator. "36 years in Congress. What have you done?" Right? When you wrote that, when you approved the $800 billion stimulus check to the big banks, were you thinking about these people's pensions? because Trump was not in the picture then. And I think about Joe Biden that like I think it's really, really funny is that he tried to be president. Like, I guess like this is like his third time he got it. This is his third time. But I'm like, the only reason why you got to be president is because of Trump. Right? Had Trump never been in the picture and that the media and you people never worked to make people hate Trump as much as they do, right? You never would have gotten elected. Never. Like, you owe a lot to Trump, right? Even Kamala Harris, right? If it was not for Trump, if we were having an actual like normal election and Trump was not a contender in this election, right? Nobody would vote for this lady. Nobody. So even her, she owes a lot to Trump though. She really does. I'm like, Trump is like the Nicki Minaj of politics. Right? All these female rappers, they can't get a #1 hit unless Nicki is featured on the song or Nicki makes a diss record to their song. Like his, was it his? Right? When Nicki had a response to it, it went to #1. When Nicki stopped talking about it, it went back down. Right? But I'm like, all you people, you're relevant now because of Trump. Like Joe Biden, they only voted for you because you were not Trump. Not because they believed in you, not because you were impressive, not because you're eloquent, not because you're that dude. Like, they don't even like you, boo. They don't like you at all. They don't like you. Okay? They were just trained to hate Trump even more. They don't like you. That's why as soon as you said you were stepping down, they were all so happy to see you go. They don't like you, boo. They don't like you. Right? Kamala Harris, too. You ran in 2019. You had to drop out. Where was the sisterhood then? They don't like you. They only like you people or would consider voting for you people just because you're not Trump. Doesn't that hurt your feelings though? Right? Because it shows there's nothing special about you. And no matter what, if you win, you don't win, you will always have to live with the fact that if it wasn't for Trump, you never would have became president. He did a lot for you heifers. Right? You're like sons of Trump. Okay? It's like Nicki Minaj. When Nicki stops talking about these broads, nobody cares about their music. Exactly. They don't even know what she stands for. Like, if she did, I'm like, if she was. No, she actually ran for office before. She dropped out before Iowa. She was doing so horribly. Right? But like now they're pretending like, oh, she's so awesome. Just because they were trained to not like Trump. They're like little dogs out there. You train them. People train them how to think. The media tells them how to think. Social media tells them how to think because the majority of people don't think for themselves. They act like sheep. Okay? Even sheep have bigger brain. Make it make sense. Right? So I'm like, ultimately, you would never, you tried it by yourself. The first time you tried, you dropped out because you were exposed for plagiarism. The second time you tried, Obama beat you. And then he called you to be his vice president. Right? Then the third time, it was only because they needed somebody to go against Trump. People just voted for you because they didn't want Trump. Like, okay, fine. And they called it taking the less of two evil. So they know that you are evil, but they just said, oh, he's the less of two evils. Otherwise, they know you're evil. Nobody believes in you, Joey. Sorry to break it to you. And that's why when you left, when they forced you to step down, when Nancy Pelosi, the boss, came into your office and tell you, you got to step down, right? Nobody cried for you. They were all happy to see you go because they never liked your ass. They just didn't want Trump. Exactly. Nobody wanted your ass. Like, what the heck? Nobody likes you, Joe. There's nothing impressive about you. You're not that guy. Right? And Kamala Harris, too, like, she's not that girl. Like, she has nothing. There's nothing memorable about this chick. Nothing is memorable about her. But because she's not Trump, though, they're going to hype her up just because she's not Trump. That just shows you how much power he has. That just shows you how much power this man has. Like, even by being his op, you get to be famous. Right? It's the same thing. I'm gonna tell y'all too. It's the same thing on this. Like, if you were ever in the world of beauty on here on YouTube too, it's the same thing with Jeffree Stars, right? So many people made it because they were the op of Jeffree Star. Once Jeffree fell off of YouTube, they all fell off. So then, who's the real superstar? It was Jeffree. Because once he stopped playing with makeup on YouTube, the whole makeup thing on YouTube just died. Like, it just died with him, and nobody could revive it. Then they had to start cleaning their houses, doing luxury hauls, cleaning their homes, doing all kinds of stuff to their bed, like doing home decor and stuff like that, because the makeup was gone, because Jeffree was gone. That's how you know you're really powerful. When you leave an industry, the entire industry collapses behind you. Dang, you powerful. Because they were only living off of you. The more you lived, the more people hated you. It gave them a reason for being. It fell all the way off. Because Jeffrey had this thing on lockdown. Like he was the queen. Like he was like the Beyonce. He was like the Nicki Minaj of this thing. Right? So everybody who came off, they were coming off because they were in opposition to Jeffrey. That's it. Not because you were actually good at makeup. Don't lie to yourself. Right? It was like that was the grift. Like you had to hate Jeffrey to be successful. Otherwise, nobody cared. And people got rich off of that. Not because people actually like you. Right? And now that there's no Jeffree Star, you can see like they don't even like each other. Oh, but you blocked me. Of course you blocked your ass. What things is? Okay. Exactly. So I'm like, please. That's like it goes to like it shows you. I'm like, even on social media, you go on Twitter, he has way more followers. He has like 80 million followers. You go on Instagram, he has way more followers. It's like he crushes you. He has a real fan base. You have to raise money and pay for ads to make people think that people like you. You're in a bubble, sis. You are shielded. You are protected. You are insulated. Come outside real quick. And that's why you stay inside the house. Because if you really felt like you were that girl and the people were truly like into you and you were locked in with the people's vote, you'll be outside more. But you're not outside because you know nobody likes you. It sure was. It really was. And like that's why so many people lost their jobs, because when you're not covering Trump, there's not enough money to be made. So people had to go. You know, like they let go of like Don Lemon, they let go of Chris Cuomo. No, yeah, Chris Cuomo, right? You know, a lot of people lost their job. Like Angela Rye got let go, Tiffany Cross got let go because Trump makes people money. He's a money-making machine. Whether you like him, you don't like him, if you talk good about him, you talk bad about him, you're gonna make money. You're going to make money. So like they better want Trump to win, because without Trump, nobody cares. Kamala Harris, she's going to be boring as a president. Like she sucks. You can't make money off of her. But Trump, he's a making money machine. He went on live. Like he went on Twitch with that boy, Aiden Ross. They went live. They had 500,000 people on the live. She could never do that. She tried to go on with Kai Cenat. He told her no, he's not interested. He's not interested. Because she's going to kill his channel. Because I'm like, outside of mainstream media, everybody else does not like her. Like, go on YouTube. Like, read the comments on YouTube videos. People don't like this lady. They don't like this lady. They don't believe in this lady. They don't even know what she stands for. She's propped up. She's a puppet. You know what I mean? And it's kind of sad. Because it goes to show you, like, this whole feminist movement is fugazi. Like, it's weak sauce. Because the only way a woman can be competitive if you lower the standards. They had to lower so many standards for her because she's a bum. She's a whole bum. She's a coward. She's trying to change the rules to debate. She don't want to debate no more because she's scared. She's big scared. Okay? Because she's not about that life. She really is not about that life. And she could be a nice lady. I don't know. But it's like, girl, you're not the one, though. You were never that girl. She don't have the heart of a savage. Like, she don't have it in her. She don't have a fight in her. She don't have grit in her. She just like, okay? They lowered the standard for her. And it goes to show you, like, a man is not a woman is not a man. We are not equal. Because when push comes to shove, most women are going to run. They will run because they get scared. They get scared, right? Most men, they don't get scared because your manhood is about you showing up. You got to show up. Women have the choice not to show up. How you going to go in a debate? When have you ever heard somebody go to a debate and say, oh, can I get a teleprompter? Can I bring my notes? Can I sit down? Can I have an open mic? Girl, do you want to debate or not? Because it's giving podcasts at this point. Okay? Because she can't do it. She's a coward. She's the whole punk. Like the majority of these career women, like they're a bunch of, I must have something else. They're a bunch of punks though. Because like when push comes to shove, she's going to run. And a lot of people, myself included, are under the impression that she's not going to go through with this debate. Because she's scared. And she's rusty. Like Trump, every day Trump is outside doing a rally somewhere. He's over here. He's over there. He's always taking questions. Like the man is busy. 77 or something like that. He's not slowing down. She's like 50 something or 60 something. She's hiding. Is she menopausal or what's the problem? She get hot flashes, right? So I'm like, when you have to go talk with Vladimir Putin, you gotta go talk with President Ping. You're gonna start hiding from these people because you're scared of talking to them. She can't even go do a debate on Fox News in America. She's afraid to go on Fox News, but somehow she's ready to handle all these challenges with all the world leaders who are all mostly men, military men. Ping was a soldier. Vladimir was a soldier and the director of the KGB. Like, she's not about that life. She really is not. Girl, go shopping and even Marxism. Go shopping.
You think he cares about all the work you do every day and how hard it is? You think he cares about good paying jobs for hard work?
That's the man who came off the beach. Like, you were at the beach for 16 days. He just came straight off the beach. And you gonna tell people you think Trump cares about your hard job? Do you care? You were at the beach for 16 days. So when you were chilling by the water, who was actually running the White House? Who's running this country, though? Like, please, this dude is funny. He's old. I'm gonna let it slide.
And people who built this economy? Hell. He regards picket lines. He'd rather cross one than walk one. But I have no problem walking the picket line. Never have, neither, nor does Kamala.
She can't even be bothered to go to Arlington to assist the funeral service of these people who passed away because she made the wrong call, right? And mind you, from the White House to the Arlington Cemetery is 4.5 miles. It's a 13-minute drive. She couldn't even be bothered. And yet she has a driver. But I'm supposed to sit here and believe that she's going to walk across the picket line? Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Stop lying on this lady. Okay?
We'll always walk alongside you.
Please.
Union workers built this country. And again, that's not hyperbole.
And they're about to get played. They're about to get played.
These are facts.
They're about to get played.
Campaign slogans. Let me close with this. 5 years ago, I began my campaign for president right here in Pittsburgh. I said one of the reasons I was running was to rebuild the backbone and spine of America.
And did you do that?
Middle class and working class folks. Not a joke. Think about it. Think about it. Well, 5 years later, we've done just that.
No, you have not. No, you have not. Everything is more expensive. Everything is more expensive.
I'm back in Pittsburgh on Labor Day again with a simple message. As you look at this election, I spent my whole career believing in unions.
No, you did not. You took
I'm
advantage.
not joking when I say that.
You took advantage.
I'm honored to be considered the most pro-union president ever. By the way, remember all the talk, Biden got elected, and he's going to do a planned economy. We're going to collapse, and there's going to be all this caving in.
Oh, we are collapsing.
Interest rates are going to go through the ceiling. Come on, man. I'm here to tell you, it's about increasing the strength of your unions, which is all about. If you care about hardworking people, just give them a fair shot. Everyone in America deserves a fair shot. No, Garrett, a fair shot.
What does it mean? Like, everybody deserves a fair shot? This whole fair thing, I'm like, who decides what's fair, what's not fair? What does that even mean?
If you care about the dignity of work,
what does that even mean?
If you care about the dignity of work, and I mean it matters, the dignity of work, the way you're treated, the decency. I remember when my great-grandfather was only the second Catholic elected statewide to the state Senate here in Pennsylvania. And I remember they talked about when they're running against him in 1906, they said, guess what? They said, he's a Molly Maguire. You know what a Molly Maguire was? Well, those of you who don't, a Molly Maguire, back in the old days, when we Irish and the Catholics came, and then the Poles and others that were Catholic, when they came to the United States of America in the beginning of the 1840s, and late 1840s, they made their way down into Pennsylvania, a lot of them, and there's a tier in the coal mines. Those guys who got there last ended up being the last people in the coal mines. But a lot of the English owned the coal mines. And what they did was they'd really beat the hell out of the mostly Catholic population that was in the mines. Not a joke, not a joke. But there was a group that called the Molly Maguires. And the Molly Maguires, if they find out the foreman who was taking advantage of an individual, and they literally kill him. Not a joke. And they bring his body up and put him on the doorstep of his family. Kind of crude. But I got to admit, they accused my great-grandfather of being a Molly where he wasn't. But we were so damn disappointed. You know, that's a joke. That's a joke. Look, it's about the dignity of work. It's about how you're treated. And when I met with the IBW, when I started off this last campaign first, I said, there's two things I'm asking of me. And I said, two things I'm asking of you. One, you got to open up your unions to more women. Not a joke. And two, to more minorities. You've done both that. And guess what? Instead of having support of 30% of the American leaders, now we're 65% of the American support the American union movement. It really is all about the dignity of work.
So what is it?
If you care about the dignity of work, there's only one person you have a rational choice with this time.
A rational
That's
choice.
Kamala Harris. Not a, Let me tell you about this woman. I know her. I trust her. Not a joke. I trust her. Number two, the first decision I made, the nominee in 2020, was selecting her as my vice president. And by the way, it was the single best decision I made as president of the United States of America. I was watching something sent to me when they asked Barack. They said Barack picked me as vice president because he knew I could be president. I know she'll be a good president. I know it.
And you see how he's lying right there, that Barack picked him because he knew he could be a good president. When Joe Biden wanted to run, in like 2016, right? Barack did not endorse him. He endorsed Hillary. Right? Like he endorsed Biden in 2020, in 2019, or 2020, right? But I'm like, he didn't endorse you the first time around. He didn't. He endorsed Hillary over you. So I'm like, he didn't believe that you could be a great president. Like, stop lying to these people. Okay? He chose you because he was black, he was young, he was biracial, he was young, and he needed somebody like you to get Delaware and Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is a swing state. That's the reason why he picked you. He didn't like your ass. Y'all didn't even like each other. Like, stop lying to people. You're crazy.
I've watched when all the experts, foreign and domestic policy, would give us advice. Then we sit alone in a room, and she has a backbone like a ramrod. And she has the moral compass of a saint. This woman knows what she's doing.
That's the moral compass of a saint. Oh my God!
I promise you, if you elect Kamala Harris as president, it'll be the best decision you will have ever made.
No, thank you. No.
Kamala believes as I do. The unions are the spine of this economy.
Yeah.
She'll be a historic pro-union president. So, folks, we got one more job to do together. Let me ask you: are you ready to fight?
No.
Are you ready to win?
No.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris our next president of the United States?
No.
And in the process, are you ready to make Donald Trump a loser again? I've never been more optimistic about America. We have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America. There's nothing, I mean this from the bottom of my heart. There's nothing beyond our capacity. Nothing. When we do it together. And that means elect my friend, our great vice president, president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
human being.
Okay.
When the
And you know what I was thinking also? I'm like, yeah, he also needs her to win because, you know, if nobody's like, if you don't have a Democrat in the White House, Hunter Biden, he's going to go to prison. You know, he's going to go to prison. I'm like, this boy has been such a disgrace for you, Joe. I feel so bad for you. Of course, Joe has to protect this lady and he has to try to get her to win because his son, Hunter, y'all, Hunter has a lot of cases, y'all. Ooh, it's not going to be pretty. It is not going to be pretty. That boy needs to go to prison. Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't have to tell the brothers and sisters of labor that you really get to know somebody when you're in the middle of a fight, when times are hard, when the forces are mighty, when people don't believe something can get done and they have 1,000 excuses for why it can't get done. And I have spent more time with this extraordinary human being when the cameras were not in the room.
Of course.
When the stakes were high
or low,
when the heat was intense
or not.
And Joe Biden has always stood with the workers of America and labor unions of America. Always. Always. I've been with him when he'll bring folks into the Oval Office. And you know how Joe can get sometimes. He doesn't spare words. It's good that sometimes the cameras are not in the room when he has those conversations. Because the thing about the Joe Biden I know, and I know you know, because he has been a friend of labor for so long, for his whole life. Joe Biden can be quite impatient. And that's a good thing for that kind of leader. Quite impatient. And I say to all of the friends here, the press that's in the room, history will show what we here know. Joe Biden has been one of the most transformative presidents in the United States that we have ever witnessed. And it comes from his heart. And you know, Joe and I talk a lot about the fact that we are so proud to be the most pro-union administration in America's history. And it's thanks to your leadership. And as we know, Joe's still got a lot of work to do, so let's also understand that. So I want to thank all the incredible leaders who are here today, including the Governor Shapiro, Lieutenant Governor Davis, Senator Casey, who we will re-elect this November, Mayor Gainey, President Schuller, President Cooper, all the leaders of labor who are here, all the union members who are here. So I'll just get right to a few points. I love Labor Day. I love celebrating Labor Day. And Pittsburgh, of course, is a cradle of the American labor movement. It is the birthplace of the AFL, headquarters of the steelworkers, home to Firefighters Local 1, and of course, the historic IBEW Local 5. For more than 150 years, the brothers and sisters of labor have helped lead the fight for fair pay, better benefits, and safe working conditions. And every person in our nation has benefited from that work. You know, everywhere I go, I tell people, you may not be a union member, but you better thank unions for that 5-day work week. Thank unions for sick leave. Thank unions for paid family leave. Thank unions for your vacation time. Because when union wages go up, everybody's wages go up. When union workplaces are safer, all workplaces are safer. When unions are strong, America is strong. And we are clear. Not only has Pittsburgh shaped the history of America's labor movement, today you are also shaping its future. In 2021, with my dear friend, the Secretary Marty Walsh, who the president appointed to be Secretary of Labor, he and I hosted a meeting right here in this local. And it was part of the White House Labor Task Force that I lead. That day, we met with a group of computer programmers
Okay.
who were working to form a union.
Okay.
1 month later, they signed their contract and became one of the first technology unions in our nation.
Okay.
Standing on the shoulder of all those who have been here and fought the good fight. So Pittsburgh, I remind us of that to say together.
She's funny. She cracked
we
me
are
up.
fiting to build an economy.
Kamala Harris, she's so damn goofy. She's so goofy. I think she's entertaining. Like, she actually cracks me up. Like, I don't know. I really think, like, she has a certain level of audacity. Maybe I wish I had. Because to know that you are completely unqualified to be president and to still go along with it like everything is normal, I'm like, how does she do this? Like, this lady is insane.
That works for all working people.
Yeah.
And that has always been the vision of the labor movement. And that is the vision of our campaign. You know, in this election, there are two very different visions for our nation.
Okay.
One, ours, focused on the future. The other, focused on the past. We fight for the future. We fight for a future of dignity, respect, and opportunity for all people.
And she's, and like, she, you know how they say like dignity, because they're trying to say like, oh, you know, Trump calls people names, right? So we fight for dignity. But I'm like, there's no dignity in poverty, right? When these people lose their job because you don't believe in fracking, you're full of it, right? Let's say they were to actually vote for you and they lose their jobs. There's no dignity in poverty, right? When you can't take care of yourself, you can't feed your children. There's no dignity in that, right? Lying also, there's no dignity in lying. How do you stand there and tell people to go vote for you when you don't have any policies for them? They don't even know what you're going to do. Oh, because Joe Biden said so? Because Joe is from Pennsylvania? Okay, and he's rich. He's rich. He's made it. He might die tomorrow. Okay? So I'm like, he's almost dead. So like, who cares about that? But I'm like, these people, these everyday people, you're telling people to go vote for you without even knowing what you stand for? Did you just give your vote? And tomorrow if something bad happens, all you'll do is like, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, well, my bad. Well, we tried. It was the Republicans, right? That's always what they say. Well, we tried, but the Republicans wouldn't let us. The Republicans wouldn't let us. Girl, be quiet. This people's livelihood. And then all you care about is going to the White House. You just want to be the first woman to be president. That's it. I'm like, this is so disgusting. It's so despicable. No, we have to watch it. I can't not watch it, right? Because I'm like, it just helped me to see how people can just lie. It's like, it's really frightening. But I'm like, she knows she's unqualified. She's pro-labor union since when? Girl, the whole 3 years, you haven't even made it to the border. Like, you've been border czar for like almost 4 years now. You haven't made it to the border. Right? I've never heard this lady talk about labor unions. I have never heard that she was fighting for labor unions. Never until today, because now you need their vote. Right? Oh, she's disgusting. She really is like, oh my gosh, oh Lord, I can't. Like, girl, what?
We fight knowing it's some backward thinking for those folks to have been suggesting for years that the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down. You know, that's the stuff they're pushing.
And yeah, it depends who you beat down. It depends, right? Yeah. If they have to be beat down, then beat them up. What's the problem, right? The strength of a leader is about who you beat down. Girl, be quiet. All these people that you've weaponized the DOJ against, like you put Tulsi Gabbard on a freaking like TSA watch list, like you bully people too, to Kamala. You're not innocent. Just that the press don't talk about the stuff that you do, right? But I'm like, she does all kinds of weird stuff to people. You pressured Mark Zuckerberg to practice censorship on Meta, right? To say the things that you want to see, like he had to clean things up, right? Like you're also a bully. You are a bully. You're not innocent. Just because you're a woman does not mean that you ain't dangerous. Exactly. Like she's such a weirdo. Like you are a freaking dictator. So you beat people up as well. It's just that because the press likes you more, because you pay them more money, you know, you don't get exposed, but you should get exposed. You need to get exposed because you are a dictator. You truly are. You up to no good. I'm like, girl, bye. Like, please.
The measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, when we know the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up.
Who have you lifted up at Wall Street, Kamala? Even I've come to realize that there was a guy like named Stephen Mnuchin. He had like all these like, because his bank was doing all these like foreclosures on people in California, right? She never prosecuted the man because he gave her a $2,000 donation. And that guy would like, he would also be hired by Trump to be like Secretary of Treasury, right? And I'm like, what is going on? But I'm like, why didn't you prosecute him? Right? I'm like, who do you lift up, girl? How did you raise $300 million plus? Right? Where'd that money come from? Like, she swears she's out here like lifting up poor people and she's out here lifting up middle class people. What about these Palestinians that you're having bombed every single day? Okay? Like, girl, be quiet. Be quiet. Yeah.
Who you lift up? Do you fight for workers? Do you fight for families? Do you fight for those who must be seen and heard and deserve the...
What has she done for families? Like, she's about to bust a vein. Like, she wants to be black so badly. Girl, like, it's giving Indian. Okay? How did she fight for families? Like, I would like to know what bills has she passed for families? Like, how did she fight for families? She's just full of it. She's looking for a moment. It never gave.
Dignity that comes with hard work. That's what we fight for. And when you know what you stand for, you know what to fight for. So we're 64 days out from this election.
Wait.
Ballots in Pennsylvania will start dropping in 14 days.
So are we going to see her policies within 14 days or no? They should just go vote for you blindly without knowing what they're voting for. Girl, you are a freaking scammer.
14 days. And this election is, as much as anything else, a fight for the promise of America. For the promise of America. We love our country.
And America is not, the promise of America is not to be communist, okay? America was not built so it can be a communist nation. You want to bring communist behavior over here. So we should not vote for you just because of that. Thank you, Kamala. I agree with you. The promise of this nation is one of the free markets. Like, we don't want to be in a socialist, communist society. We didn't sign up for that, you weirdo.
We love our country. And we know it is one of the highest forms of patriotism.
To let all these illegals in, all the illegals that you've let in, that you want to give Medicare and Medicaid to illegals who have not contributed? Is that what is that like? What is she talking about? You don't care about this country, girl. You do not care. You have not been here long enough. You don't have enough legacy here. Okay? You just happen to be born here, and you were raised in Canada. And God knows only God knows when you came back. When you're like, what, you were 18 to go to Howard, right? Girl, please. You don't know what it is to be American. You don't know what it is to be a patriot. Like, you have no clue what it is. Miss, I leave the borders wide open. I'm for the immigrants. Yeah. For the immigration, illegal immigration. You feel like she feels bad for illegals more so than she actually feels bad for the citizens. Like, this make sense.
Fight for the ideals of our country. And that's what this election is about. And about the promise of America. And I don't need to tell unions what the promise looks like. It's what you do every day. But as we fight to move forward, Donald Trump is trying to pull us backward, including back to a time before workers had the freedom to organize.
Where did he say that? When did he say that? He's trying to take us back. Baby girl, when you look in the back, it's you. Your back is Biden, is you and Biden. It's not Trump, right? So, like, take it back to what? What is she even talking about? Take it back to a time before workers could organize. Girl, please. Why don't y'all sign this bill then? If you want workers to organize so badly, why don't y'all have this bill approved? Why hasn't Joe Biden signed it yet? Why hasn't he called all his little senator friends that are Democrats and say, okay, let this go through, right? Stop lying to these people. It's despicable. Like, it really is disturbing.
Well, the courts will handle that, and we will handle November. How about that?
So he's not going to jail.
We'll handle November. Let the courts handle that other thing. But we're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going back. And one of the ways we're going to guarantee we don't go back is that we remember, right? It is important to remember what that was and what it is. Remember, as president, Donald Trump blocked overtime benefits for millions of workers.
We're going to look that up. I'm going to make another video going over her claims. We will look that up because I don't know much about this, but we will look it up because she stays lying. You can't trust this lady. Okay? Because when Trump said he was going to do the taxes, like he was going to do no taxes on tips, right? She turned around and she copied exactly what he said. So I'm like, it doesn't make sense though. Because Trump likes for people to have money in their pockets. And that's why you stay biting off his style. And when he says he's going to do something for people, you go right around and you copy exactly what he said. So I'm like, no. How can the man who doesn't want people to pay taxes on tips be the same man who try to block overtime for people? You make no sense. You make no sense.
He opposed efforts to raise the minimum wage.
You raised the minimum wage in California. Now what's happening? All these businesses are closing. Okay, so he was right. Gavin Newsom went ahead and he raised the minimum wage to $20. And now all these businesses are closing and people don't have jobs anymore because the companies can't afford to pay that. So it's not, you don't raise the minimum wage for the sake of raising the minimum wage. You still have to do it in a way that companies can still afford to pay for labor. Okay? Girl, please, you make no sense.
As the president said, he appointed union busters to the National Labor Relations Board. And don't forget, he supported so-called right-to-work laws. And if Donald Trump were to be reelected, he intends to give more tax cuts to billionaires and big corporations.
As if she doesn't herself. How can anybody be president? I'm asking you an honest question. Like, can anybody really be president without doing anything for billionaires and Wall Street? Like, girl, stop. Obama did the same. Joe Biden did the same. You did the same. Okay, you did it when you were Attorney General in California, and you also did it as a senator. You also did it as vice president. So you all do it. Stop.
He intends to cut Social Security and Medicare. He wants to impose what in effect would be a national sales tax. I call it the Trump national sales tax on everyday products and basic necessities that would cost a typical American family, the economists have said this, almost $4,000 a year. He intends to repeal the Affordable Care Act and take us back to what we remember, because it wasn't that long ago, was a time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was? Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes.
I'm going to look that up too, though. I'm going to look up this claim. Because I wonder if also with Obamacare, everybody has to be taken. Because I'm like, you can take people. You can say, okay, we're not going to deny you. But your out-of-pocket costs before they can actually start helping you with your claims will be like astronomical. Makes sense? Because I remember I saw this one guy because he had cancer. So his out-of-pocket costs before his copay could kick in, he had to spend like $8,000 out of pocket. So he just stopped going to the doctors. So technically he has insurance, but he can't even use it because he would first have to spend $8,000 and then it's going to kick in. But he was like, if he does that, he's going to debt. So he's not going to do it. So I'm like, Obamacare, yeah, it's not as great as they want people to believe it is. Okay? So I'm like, hold up.
Well, look, America has tried those failed policies before, and we are not going back. We are not going back. Not going back. we fight for a future
Oh, good.
where no person has to go broke just because they get sick.
How exactly
And
you
so,
can do
building
that?
on the work of President Joe Biden and I, and the work we have done in the White House, we will continue to strengthen the Affordable Care Act and make prescription drugs affordable for all Americans.
How exactly can you do that? Like, if you're gonna force like all these pharmaceuticals to give you free medicine, this girl is crazy.
We fight for a future where every worker has the freedom to organize, and we will pass the PRO Act.
She said, you see, we will pass the PRO Act. So once again, here is the PRO Act, right? This thing passed in the House since March 9th, 2021. Y'all see this, right? Here is the PRO Act. It passed the House March 9th, 2021. We are almost like, we're in September, right? So it's like what? 3? Yeah. So it's been 3 years and 6 months. They've been sitting on it, right? So you are waiting to use that as an election promise? You see how they are? You see how sick they are? You see how sick they are? This thing passed since March 9, 2021. And the Senate has yet to vote on it. And right now, the Congress, the entire Congress is like, the Democrats have the majority. They haven't done anything. So you are intentionally withholding stuff from people so you can use it as a campaign promise to get them to go vote for you. But then you'll tell people, oh no, the Democrats, it's the Republicans, No, it's you. You're the demons. You're the evil people. I was like, this one is insane.
And end union busting once and for all, and Bob Casey will help us do that. We see and know and fight for a future where every person has the opportunity not just to get by, but to get ahead. And so we will continue to build what I call an opportunity economy.
What does that even mean?
So that every American has an opportunity to buy a home or start a business or build intergenerational wealth and have a future that matches their dreams and ambitions and aspirations. Because of course, that's the nature of who we are as Americans. We have dreams. We can see what is possible unburdened by what has been. We have aspirations. We have ambitions. And the system that is a good system is one that supports that and allows people the opportunity to go where they can see and imagine themselves to be. That's what I'm talking about when I talk about an opportunity economy. We fight for a future where every senior can retire with dignity. And so we will continue to defend Social Security and Medicare and pensions and pensions and pensions. And we will continue to strengthen America's manufacturing sector. And on that point, the president mentioned it. U.S. Steel is an historic American company, and it is vital for our nation to maintain strong American steel companies. And I couldn't agree more with President Biden. U.S. Steel should remain American-owned and American-operated. And I will always have the back of America's steelworkers and all of America's workers. So, friends, 64 days until the most election of our lives.
No, you're not going to win.
And probably one of the most important in the life of our nation.
You will not win.
Truly.
You will not win.
And we know this is going to be a tight race to the very end.
May God not let you win.
It's going to be a tight race.
Father God, have
to the very end. So let's not pay too much attention to those polls.
Right.
Because as unions and labor knows best, we know what it's like to be the underdog.
You're the underdog?
And we are the underdog in this race.
She calls herself the underdog. The kind of money she raised, she's an underdog. The kind of media coverage she gets, she's an underdog. The fact that she gets to make all the rules, she's an underdog. she was given the nomination, girl, you are extremely privileged. Nobody scrutinizes you. Like all mainstream media is behind you. You have no policy and people are still going to vote for you. Like she's insane. Like she really is insane. She's an underdog. If that's what an underdog looks like, oh my gosh, like this is crazy. Girl, what? You are completely unqualified. And they all stand up for you. They all protect you. They cover you. They lie for you. They give you the nomination. You don't have to compete. You don't have to debate anybody. You're an underdog? This lady is insane. She really is insane. She is so insane.
And we have some hard work then ahead of us.
Hard work, you know what that is?
So here's the beauty of us in this room. We like hard work. Hard work is good work. Hard work is joyful work. And so in this fight, I will continue to count on the strength, the determination, and the hard work of the leaders in this room to knock on doors, to get folks to the polls, and bluntly put, because the people in here do it, to help us win Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So today I ask, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom?
Yeah.
Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America?
Yeah.
And are we ready to fight for it?
Yes.
And when we fight, we
Pick you up.
win. God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah, you're not gonna win. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. You're not going to win. Go somewhere with that. Crazy.
Read a few single sentences from Social Justice Fallacies. I'll read a sentence. You tell us what you meant. Stupid people can create problems.
Yes.
But it often takes brilliant people to create a real catastrophe.
Yes.
That is so, my gosh. Think of the catastrophes of the 20th century. You mentioned the genetic determinant. They drew the conclusion from their reasoning that you had to put an end to certain races because they had what they called eugenics, but what was later called genocide. And so that idea originated with the progressives. And there was a progressive who wrote a book with that theme, which was translated into German, and Hitler called it his Bible. And so this Holocaust.
You draw a line from the progressive eugenicists to Adolf Hitler.
He drew the line. He drew the line and wrote a letter, a fan mail letter to the author of that book, saying that book was his Bible. Wow. And we see what that led to. During the 1920s, in reaction to World War I, which was so bad, the idea arose among the intellectual elites that the way to prevent war was to stop arming. So disarmament was the way to avoid a war. No evidence made the slightest impression on them, and they.
It's like the way like the Democrats want to come for people's Second Amendments, like they don't want people to have guns. It sounds like that.
And they blundered the West into a war that probably would never have happened because the totalitarian dictatorships that started that war were well aware that the United States, Britain, and France had an industrial capacity greater than theirs. And you wouldn't ordinarily attack countries that have greater industrial capacity than yours unless you thought that they were gutless and were foolish enough not to remain armed.
Yeah, keep your gun.
And for 3 years of that war, the Axis powers won every single battle.
Wow.
The Western democracies lost in Europe and Asia, wherever they fought.
Do not give up your gun.
In 1942, Winston Churchill made a speech, and he said, "We have a new experience. We have victory." And when they won that victory in El Alamein in northern Africa, that was the first battle won by the Western democracies in a war that was already 3 years old.
Wow.
And from that point on, especially when the United States came in and the American productive capacity was mobilized, then it turned around. Today, people who are trying to say we need to disarm in order to have peace, don't understand in a nuclear age, you're not going to get 3 years to figure out what's going on. You're either going to be ready on the first day of that war, or you're going to lose.
Oh, wow. That's the bar.
Kennedy, Senator, thanks so much for joining us on Hannity. Are you buying it? The people of Louisiana, pretty important energy state. The people of Louisiana buying what she's selling?
Well, Jason, I listened to the vice president's interview. I'm biased, I suppose, because I know her well. She's a nice person. I just don't agree with her. I had two reactions to her interview. Unsurprised, unimpressed. I'm a pretty simple guy. I like breakfast food and straight answers.
Okay.
I didn't hear any straight answers from the vice president. What I heard her say basically was, I do too have values. And if you don't like them, I have others. I thought she engaged in tier one level pandering. It was sort of like a wolf promising to be a vegan if the sheep will just vote for it. Now look, in politics, as in life, and you know this, Jason, talk is cheap.
Talk is
what you do is what you believe.
Yeah.
What you do is what you believe. And everything else is just cottage cheese.
Not the cottage
As I said, I know the vice president well. I've served with her for 7.5 years. I know what she will do as president. She is a San Francisco Democrat.
Yes, she is.
She is a card-carrying member of the loon wing of the Democratic Party.
Yeah.
Well, Republicans are not perfect, but the loon wing of the Democratic Party is crazy.
Yep.
I described Ms. Harris as AOC without the bartending experience. And I think that's accurate. That's how she'll govern. And I'll be glad to talk about specifics in her record. She has one. But you did a pretty good job of it yourself there.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about energy, because it's an issue all around the country. It's one of the top issues for Donald Trump in putting this country back on the right track. She says that she was never opposed to fracking. I mean, I'm so confused by what she's saying, as if there's no videotape to show exactly what she said on fracking and energy. You saw her. She cast the deciding vote on many of these issues right there in the Senate.
Well, I watched the vice president cast the tie-breaking vote in favor, for example, of the Inflation Reduction Act, which is just the Green New Deal. I think most Americans are all of the above energy type people. They are for every form of energy that is affordable and accessible. But that includes fossil fuels. I think the vice president does not support fossil fuels. She sued all the oil companies when she was the Attorney General of California.
Wow.
As I said before, I support other forms of energy, but I also support fossil fuels because we have to have them. I think I said one time, my car doesn't run off of fairy dust and unicorn urine, and that's true. And I think fossil fuels are going to be part of our energy, satisfying our energy needs for a long time, probably forever. Doesn't mean we shouldn't pursue others. The problem is that the part of the Democratic Party that Ms. Harris is from, they don't believe in fossil fuels. They just don't. They believe wind, solar, and wishful thinking.
Yeah. I really do wish somebody would ask the vice president to define.
He was our senator. He's from Louisiana. And the way I encountered Senator Kennedy, he used to run an A, and he said, "You don't like the police? Next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead." on your. Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
Inflation, because I'm fairly convinced she doesn't know what inflation is, let alone how to solve it. And she acts as if they haven't been in a position to deal with it, and that she'll get around to it if she's elected sometime in January.
Well, Ms. Harris helped create the worst inflation in 40 years in America. When she and President Biden took over in 2021, a house that cost $304,000 costs $423,000 today. Her plan to try to lower prices looks like it was put together with vodka and darts. She wants price controls. She wants to raise the top federal income tax.
Miss Regina, he agrees with you. He said he thinks she drinks vodka. She said, I think she was drunk. I cannot breathe. Oh, Jesus. You said it right before he said it. Senator Kennedy, this man is insane. He's unhinged.
Tax bracket. She wants to tax unrealized capital gains. It will make higher prices even higher. It will cause a lot of people to lose their jobs and others to see their wages lowered at a time when they need that income. I don't know where she came up with her plan, but I know what the result will be. And
Yes,
Bidenomics to me is very simple. As I've said before, Bidenomics is easy. It's defining it's easy. Okay. It's paying more to live worse.
Yeah. No, great. Senator Kennedy, we always appreciate your perspective. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Okay, I'm gonna play a quick video because I saw this video yesterday. It's about the PRO Act, which is it's about this one, Protecting the Right to Organize Act. So that's the PRO Act, right? So this guy, he showed a counter argument as to why it might not be good to have the bill signed. Okay, so let me play this one.
Comedy. All right, here it is. I've spent most of my career working as an independent contractor, and I've loved every minute of it. I love being in charge of my own schedule. I love working for people I choose to work for. And I love the freedom that comes from being my own boss. And I'm not alone. Nearly 70 million people in this country work the same way. They don't want to be somebody's employee. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And many of them don't want to join a union. Not that there's anything wrong with that. What they want to do is assume the risk that comes with being an independent contractor in exchange for the many benefits. A lot of these people don't work in my industry. Many of them are truck drivers, dancers, graphic artists, writers, real estate agents, and so forth. I want to introduce you to a couple of these people because right now, all of them are about to lose their ability to work the way they want to work, thanks to a...
And you know why I think they want everybody to pretty much join a union? Because the pensions are so underfunded. Because it's a Ponzi scheme, right? So right now they're underfunded by $757 billion. I think the government put like $81 billion in there, but they still need like a good 600 plus billion. So maybe the way they're trying to solve that is by forcing people like, oh, let's have a bill that's going to force everybody who's an independent contractor to join a union. So that way we have more people paying into the pot. So as people retire, we can like keep the Ponzi scheme going. I'm like, it's giving Ponzi scheme if you ask me, right? But and then think about the whole strike that was happening in Hollywood like 2 years ago or so, when nobody was working a year or two ago, right? In Hollywood, it's like, because you're part of a union, you couldn't take a job. Like even if you could work, you can't work because you have to stand in solidarity. And it's like, I don't know about that part.
A really bad bill called the PRO Act that's making its way through Congress. Happily, I met a guy who's doing something about it, and an organization that's determined to stop it from happening. First things first, Akash, what is the proper way to say your last name?
Chogley.
How many times in your life or just in the last week have you heard people mangle it?
Oh, I've done more conservative talk radio than you would ever think, Mike. I've heard.
That's Akash. He works at Americans for Prosperity, and he believes that public policy exists to empower, not to inhibit. And that's what he focuses on.
Public policy exists to empower, not to inhibit, and that's what we focus on.
See? Akash is the perfect guy to explain how this really bad bill made it all the way to
I
Washington.
like what he said. Like policy should be to empower, not to inhibit you. Because not everybody should join a union, though. You know, because it's like when you're in a union, like you have to follow all the rules too. So it's like, yeah, like you're trying to fight your boss, but now you have another boss, which is your union leader. You know, because I'm like the thing that happened with Hollywood, like a lot of people couldn't work because they're part of a union. So even if you could work, you're not going to do it because it's like, oh, but you're a traitor kind of thing. I was like, y'all crazy. Me, I want to go to work. I need some money. You guys are insane.
Washington.
This one started in California back in 2018, and the question basically pertains around who is an employee versus who is an independent. To empower, not to inhibit, and that's
yes. Now listen to where he said it started. Listen.
That's what we focus on.
See? Akash is the perfect guy to explain how this really bad bill made it all the way to Washington.
This one started in California back in 2018, and the question basically pertains around who is an employee versus who is an independent contractor. In 2018, the California Supreme Court laid down 3 factors to determine who is an employee. It's called the ABC test. AB5 put those 3 factors into law. It completely throws up in the air the distinction between an independent worker and an employee, favoring the side of being an employee. More than 70 million Americans work as independent contractors. That's a long form way of saying this labor rule is inhibiting freelance job opportunities.
No matter your politics, it's un-American.
That's Will. He works as a journalist.
See, if you have 70 million people, right? If you have 70 million people working as independent contractors right now, right? If you get $100 out of them every month, that's what, 7 billion? Because it's 70, 700, 7 billion. Right? Not what? Billions are a little too big for me, right? Because it's 700 million, then it's a billion, right? Yeah, that's 7 billion. I mean, they need 157 billion, but still, that's not too bad though. So I really feel like that's the reason why they want as many people to join the union so that they can charge them every month, and they can use that money to pay for the people who are about to retire because they lied to them. They lied to those people when they were signing up for those unions. Like they made a lot of promises that they really can't deliver, and so as people are retiring, they're going to get 42 cents on the dollar. So right now it's like it makes more sense for you to save your own money. But they're not telling people that. So now they have to, because I guess people are going to panic. So they got to go find more people to sign them up for this Ponzi scheme. And there's nothing more powerful than something signed by the federal government. I'm like, you people are y'all a bunch of criminals.
And his job is to eliminate any kind of government barrier to freedom and prosperity.
My job is to eliminate any kind of government barrier to freedom and prosperity.
See? Will is committed to doing all he can to stop this really bad bill from becoming a really bad law.
What California was trying to accomplish was to address exploitation, situations where freelance workers should have been technically full employees with real hourly pay and work schedules that were utterly predictable and benefits.
Seems like a well-intended idea, but what are the unintended consequences? And who's really behind it?
The folks who backed AB5, particularly the Teamsters Union, what they really wanted was a one-size-fits-all kind of situation where all these freelance people were herded out of their independent little shops, if you will, and into large employers where they would be more easily organizing targets for unions. That's their whole goal in this thing.
Again, I'm not looking for trouble with the unions, but thousands of freelancers have already lost the right to work the way they want to work in California. If this thing goes national, We're talking about millions of freelancers no longer free.
So if I live in, Texas or Tennessee or Michigan, Wisconsin, you name it, if I live anywhere else in the U.S. and I look at this, I would be very afraid.
And people are afraid. Every day, more and more of those 70 million independent contractors are beginning to realize exactly what's at stake and the importance of pushing back.
If the PRO Act becomes federal law, which President Biden has said he would sign this into law if Congress passed it, everything you love about independent status ceases to exist, and basically two things could happen. Your job entirely disappears because a business simply cannot afford to bring you on as a full-time employee with wages, benefits, etc. So they cease to hire you, or they hire you and the flexibility, the freedom, the entrepreneurial opportunity that you liked to work for different people, to set your own schedule, set your own wage rates, completely disappears and you become an employee, a cog in the wheel.
This is not happening in the third world. This is happening right here.
Public policy is very easy to dehumanize, right? People that work in Congress, work in Washington, you're constantly surrounded by words and laws and policies and numbers, and there are real people who are impacted by this.
I'll spend anywhere from a couple of days to a month just hauling freight all across the country.
How many miles a year on average?
Somewhere around 120.
120,000 miles.
Driving a truck is not a job. It's a lifestyle.
That's Tom. He's one of thousands of independent truckers who had no choice but to leave California. Now, he's fighting against the PRO Act to protect his lifestyle.
This is why when they tell you, oh, Republicans don't want to pass it, Republicans are being racist, you resist the urge to believe those people. Go find out for yourself why exactly they don't want to pass it. Then you'll be like, well, you know what? I wouldn't pass it if I was you. Okay. But they know a lot of people are not going to go research stuff because people are lazy. People are really lazy.
I've been in business just over 2 years now. The PRO Act would make it really hard to classify someone working for you as an independent contractor. It would make it so that I can't grow the way I want. My profit margin would suffer. It wouldn't be great for my business.
That's Lauren. She's an independent bookkeeper who hires independent contractors. She's fighting against the PRO Act to run her business the way she wants to.
I've had a stellar career, and I've worked literally all over the world doing all this kind of different independent contracting, frankly.
That's Peter. He's an independent choreographer, and he's fighting against the PRO Act to make a living doing what he loves, dance.
In a very blanketed kind of way, it's like saying you cannot be an independent contractor. So in the case of dance companies like mine, I'm supposed to now bring on dancers as employees, meaning that I need to guarantee them year-round payroll. My company wouldn't last really until the end of the month. It literally kills the idea of becoming an entrepreneur.
You've kind of got to eat what you kill, and you don't know from day to day to week. So why does that work for you?
My wife got a really bad case of bronchitis. If I'm an employee driver and I decide I'm going to stay home for a week and take care of my wife, what's my employer going to do? My employer is going to say,
nothing good.
Tom, I can't leave that truck sitting still for a week. They'll probably fire me. As an independent contractor, I can just tell dispatch, I'm going to be gone for a week. I'll let you know when I'm ready to go again.
That's the flexibility we talked about before. An advantage is in every state if it gets caught up in the slipstream of the PRO Act.
For lawmakers to hear those stories, I think that's the most powerful thing that can move anybody, I think, on this issue in particular, because it so directly impacts people's livelihoods.
If Akash sounds like he's taking all this very personally, it's because he understands firsthand that the freedom to work the way we want is no different than the freedom to live the way we want. And those freedoms always come with a measure of risk. Where's your family from, Akash?
My parents were both born in India. My dad came when he was 27, 28. He came here with $26 in his pockets and traveled the country by overnight bus and ultimately found his first real job in America on the 89th day of his 90-day bus pass. While that story is special to me, it's not unique to America, right? That really is what built this country. It's people taking a chance and having the ability to determine their own circumstances in life.
Not just a chance, it's people betting on something. The bet to leave India, that's a big bet for prosperity.
Our system has empowered hundreds of millions of people across the world to leave poverty and, create better lives for themselves. I think that broader context is something that's always important to remember.
Poor kid from Los Angeles quit school at 16, makes $146,000.
I didn't start a business to just create a job for myself. I started a business to have that freedom, not just financially, but my time.
My grandfather and my grandmother immigrated to the United States from Greece. And like most immigrants, he opened up his own business. He had a shoe repair shop. That's the American spirit. That's the American dream. People immigrate to this country because they're looking for freedom and they're looking for opportunity. And the PRO Act completely takes all that away. It kills it.
What kind of country are we going to be? Are we going to be a country where the circumstances of your birth don't determine the circumstances of your life? In order for that to be the case, government has to empower the private sector, empower individuals, empower employers, empower every American to pursue their own American dream. That, by and large, involves public policy getting out of the way to do less rather than doing more and inhibiting that opportunity.
Are we going to be the kind of country that allows and even encourages a person to get a 90-day bus pass and get out there into the world to see what they can shake loose on their own? Or are we going to say, no, 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 that could lead to sadness and disappointment. That could lead to failure. Not even going to let you try. The right to try to work the way I want to work, to eat the way I want to eat, to exercise the way I want, to live the way I want. I mean, it's only everything, right?
I've learned now, I'm like, you have to resist the urge and you really have to go look. You have to, when they tell you, oh, this person didn't want to sign, you're like, yeah, let me find out why. Because they want you to believe everything is racism. Oh, because they're Republican. Oh, because they're racist. It's like, no. You need to go find out why. Because most likely there are real valid reasons. Because not everybody should be part of a union. You know, some people should have a union, especially if it's like really dangerous or whatever. But some people don't need to be a union. Like even with the people at Starbucks, right? Do baristas at Starbucks need to be part of a labor union though? At Starbucks to make coffee? I'm like, nah, I don't believe that. I feel like certain jobs that are very high risk and like very, very like, you know, like very detailed and very focused like that. Like, I don't know, like maybe working in a mine and I don't know. Certain jobs I do believe should have a labor union because it's like it's high risk. It's like you can get killed and things like that. But working at Starbucks, being a barista at Starbucks, do you truly have to be part of a union though? It's fast food. Go work somewhere else. If you don't like the pay, go work somewhere else. But who wants to pay $20 for a cup of coffee? Like, no. People, like when it comes to Starbucks, I'm like, people expect certain things when it comes to Starbucks. I don't want to have to say, okay, is my Starbucks going to be open tomorrow? Because they might go on strike tomorrow. Or they might go on strike on Wednesday. Like, no. And people want the cup of coffee to be at a certain price. Like Starbucks is already pretty expensive. Okay. You add the cost of a labor union on top of that. It's going to be like, what, like $20? No. I don't think so. That's crazy, you guys. That's really crazy. Well, all right, my people. That was me for today. I will be uploading some shorter videos on my feed. Okay, I'm trying to do like more videos. Oh, it's a lot of editing, but I missed y'all. So I wanted to come and say hi. I'll try to do more videos this month. I did pretty good for August. I'll try to do way more videos this month. Like maybe like, yeah, I'll try to be more consistent, like almost like every day. Just like China. All right. So thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you enjoyed this live. I hope you learned a lot of things, right? And I pray that the people in Pennsylvania do not vote for that lady. I hope they don't fall for the hokey doke. I really hope they don't because it's a mess. Because she's not going to look out for them and they're going to lose their job. And it's going to be really bad. Because she wants to do green energy. She doesn't like fracking. She doesn't. She'll say anything. One thing about Kamala Harris, the chameleon, she'll pander to anybody. Like if she had to go before like Eskimos and get their vote, she'll pander. If she had to go before lions and pander and get the vote, she'll pander to the lions. Like she'll pander to anyone she has to have people vote for her. And I guess that's why she doesn't want to have policies so it doesn't make it seem like she's for one particular group at the expense of another group, right? But I'm like, all that to me is seriously dishonest. It is seriously dishonest. It's incredibly insulting to stand up there and to ask people to go vote for you when they don't even know what you stand for on paper. Because you can say anything orally, but we need it to be on paper. It has to be written. We need a proper written contract. Like we need your policies on paper, okay? Like it's not cutting it. It really isn't. But love y'all, and I will see you guys later. Okay, maybe I'll come back tomorrow. If I don't, well, maybe I'll come back tomorrow night. I'm trying to do the whole like Kirk Franklin interview with Cam Newton, but I don't know yet. It's so long. It's like 2 hours. I'm like, oh gosh, eesh, that's a lot. Okay, but gotta go take Maverick to go see my dad because he's leaving pretty soon. So gotta go say goodbye to him. Okay, wish him a safe trip. All right, so love y'all, and I will see you guys next time tomorrow, hopefully, by God's grace. Okay, bye bye. Maverick, say bye to the people. Yeah, say bye. All right. Man, I know you're so cute. Bye bye. Let's go, Mav. Gotta go.